what Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, gotta fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to what's talk raps. You're listening to what's talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Welcome. It is I. It is he. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsay. Are we out of sync? Is it fine?
It sounds like you're okay.
Okay. This update has been a real pain. I don't know. This update sucks. This StreamYard update is not good.
It's your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster, your favorite commentator. Yeah, we woke up to a new StreamYard update, and StreamYard hates us, as we all know. So hopefully it lets us have a good time. You think with how many people are streaming on StreamYard on a daily basis that this would go a lot smoother than it has been, but it's not. StreamYard don't care about us. See? Think they messing us up again. I talked too soon. Spoke too soon. StreamYard, you could go to hell.
Yeah, it just started freezing out of nowhere. It just started freezing out of nowhere. So I heard a little bit of that. I don't know.
StreamYard, don't do this to us. Are you in here?
Yeah, it seems like it stopped. I think.
Okay.
Oh, now it's lagging.
Technical difficulties, our best friend.
Yeah.
Hate it here. Hate that. How's everybody doing out there? I hope y'all are having a great Saturday morning. It is Grapsody Saturday. I was thinking before the pod started, I was like, man, wrestling news is pretty slow right now. I don't know what we're really going to fully get into here besides like covering cards because the news is slow this month. After WrestleMania and big AEW shows, are just kind of moving a little bit stagnant, I'd say.
Yeah, it's been kind of a slow week. I don't know. Wrestling has kind of been stagnant. Is probably the best word to use. Mm-hmm. But I know we at least came off a really good Double or Nothing over the weekend. A lot of people are calling it the best AEW pay-per-view of all time. That's high praise for it. I've seen a lot of people who don't usually watch AEW or some of the biggest critics of AEW even saying that this is like the best AEW pay-per-view. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good for AEW this week. Coming out of Double or Nothing, I noticed it while we were doing the show and kind of afterwards, a lot of kind of people crossing over, maybe seeing it for the first time. And it feels like that really worked out for AEW. They stuck to their guns. The Dynamite after this post Double or Nothing show wasn't the greatest, but I think like it just has to do with what I'm talking about. Wrestling's just kind of there at the moment. Like we're getting prepared to go into All In, but we're not fully there. People kind of don't love Forbidden Door season also, Phil. So it's going to kind of feel like, I don't know. We're at that kind of weird time.
Yeah, AEW's weekly show has been in this weird place for the last few weeks anyway. I didn't think the build to Double or Nothing was really that good, and I didn't think the Go Home show before Double or Nothing was that good. And so this week's episode was it wasn't like great, but there were decent opportunities here coming off of such a good pay-per-view, and they had such good exposure coming out of this pay-per-view. I mean, I haven't seen the homie Chiseled Adonis talking about it, and I don't see him talking about AEW regularly. Usually when he talks about wrestling, he talks about WWE, and so I was like, oh, if Chisel Adonis is even talking about it, that's pretty major.
Yeah, there are people that were saying that AEW needed to capitalize maybe, or like kind of knock this Dynamite out of the park because of kind of what we're describing here, because of having new fans. Does that matter, or is it just like you got to kind of stay the course? AEW is kind of like you watch the stories build. It takes a little bit of time. It's not like you watch one show and then that's it type deal.
I understand the argument. I don't think that this is one of those. The next show after a really good pay-per-view better be good, or you're gonna lose all those people thing. I don't think it's an immediate jump like that, because some people are like, "Oh, what a wasted opportunity! You had such a great pay-per-view, and then people tuned into this show, and you probably lost them." I don't think you're gonna lose people within a span of 3 days, but
that's what I was saying. Like, are wrestling fans that fickle that they're like, "Oh, that Dynamite was okay. I'm never coming back."
No, I do think that they had an opportunity to do something
Right.
better with this post show after Double or Nothing, but I don't think it's that drastic. And to be honest with you, AEW is basically the pay-per-view company at this point. I think you could go with out seeing some of the weekly shows and be fine watching the pay-per-views. And so I wouldn't be surprised if some of the people that don't watch AEW regularly watch that pay-per-view and didn't tune in to Dynamite.
That is a great point to be brought up, because at this point, it's like I saw a lot of people saying that this week. This is the greatest AEW pay-per-view of all time, but I feel like we've been hearing that after a couple of AEW pay-per-views. Like, this isn't the first time we've heard that's the best show I've ever seen. So it's like they've set the precedence of what their pay-per-views can do, and maybe but you need people to watch your show, but you don't really, like you're describing, because you could just tune in to the pay-per-views and they're gonna knock it out of the park with some crazy stuff. But the shows should and could have more. I think that's the part that gets me. It's not that it's a bad show, it's just that it's just kind of there, and it's like you have a lot of talented people that you're not even featuring that could maybe help, or you could turn these things into something, but it's the game.
Yeah. But like I said, we'll get into AEW Double or Nothing aftermath in a few. We did review Double or Nothing on Monday on our YouTube channel. If you have not checked that out, our review is up there. And that's kind of an easier way for us to get through a review and not have to bog down an entire episode with it, because these shows are very long, and I see more often than not we're getting more and more pay-per-views at the same time, and like having to like review more than one show in a week, and then not being able to give you guys our immediate reactions to it is becoming a thing as well. So if you're wondering, we did review Double or Nothing. It's just on our YouTube channel.
Please go check that out. We had a good time. Was a great, stellar, amazing show as been described, so definitely go and hear our thoughts on it. It's easier to do that when we don't have the other topics to talk about, trying to not make the show 6 hours like some of you guys be saying. So definitely hop over there to see it.
Send us in your super chats. That's the best way to get your chats read on this stream. You can also send us a chat at humperchats.com/Fightful. Sorry, it's been a kind of a frustrating first 20 minutes or so of this podcast of like trying to get StreamYard to actually work, trying to get it to not be laggy, but it seems like we're finally smoothed out.
Sounds good.
Think everything is fine. Knock on wood.
Do I got some wood around here? Damn, I ain't got no wood around here.
We got a handful of super chats already.
I ain't got no wood over here. Shout out to everybody sending super chats, contributing to our pod. Y'all are the reason we are out here. The homie Grapple Geekery says, I'm on vacation, so I finally have time to catch the show. LIVE, I'm guessing. I hope New Japan keeps working with AEW. Y'all looking forward to the new AEW pay-per-view in July. Yeah, they announced AEW Redemption July in Montreal, Quebec. Canada, people are super excited about that. I mean, story-wise, Phil, I think we're all kind of, as soon as we saw that, all of us kind of had this little light bulb in our head of like, oh, what does that mean? Canada pay-per-view before All In? We're trying to get to a certain match at All In. Is that where you kind of start a little thing over there? Maybe Kenny Omega gets back in the mix. I think it's interesting, but as we talked about a few minutes ago, AEW is a pay-per-view company, so if they're going to have another pay-per-view to have amazing matches on, I'm with it.
Yeah, we did get that announcement for AEW Redemption. We're getting close. We're getting close to 12 pay-per-views. A monthly pay-per-view schedule. That's a lot. It's a lot of wrestling competing against each other. But yeah, based on the location for it, I definitely was like, oh, seems like we're heading in this direction ahead of All In. We got some seeds planted on the episode as well, this week's episode of Dynamite. So I'm excited about that. Excited for what that could mean. I'm sure we're going to get more of that in the weeks to come.
12 pay-per-views. Y'all are sick. The homie Orion Ben says, props to Queens, New York, New Jersey folks for the Double or Nothing support on Sunday mostly. Guys still have to do better during ladies matches. 80% of my section got up. Boo. Yeah, it's still a thing across AEW shows I've noticed of wrestling fan or people in the crowd using it as a bathroom break sometimes or whatever, not being totally focused on these women's matches, and we get to get focused on them, because if you show that you don't care, AEW is not going to care. Nobody's going to care. Just got to come out here and support like we do the other wrestling shows and matches and things, because these ladies are working super hard. They were working insanely hard on Sunday, Phil. 2 really good matches on the show.
Yeah, the New York crowd was really good throughout Double or Nothing. I thought that they were one of the highlights of the pay-per-view.
Very high.
Yeah, and the women's matches we got on the main show were very good. I thought the 4-way was excellent. Athena, Mina, I thought could have gone a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But I continue to say you can't keep blaming your audience for this when you don't do the work to get them invested in these pay-per-view matches sometimes.
Yeah,
like this has been a complaint with AEW for really since its inception. I was going to say for years, but since its inception, the utilization of the women has not been consistent. And as good as I think the 4-way was, I don't think that the build for the 4-way was great. And I think they could have done more for the Owen in particular to get people invested in this. Because, again, the stuff with Athena, you don't know if Athena's coming to AEW proper full time. Kind of seems like she's just going to lose the tournament and head back to Ring of Honor. So why would your audience be interested in this? It's just like you got to give them a reason to care about these things, and if they don't, you can't just keep going, well, audience do better. No, this company needs to do better.
Company does need to do better.
There were quite a few complaints about the use of the women on Wednesday because it was a 3-hour show again, and again, where we got very few women's matches. We got very few things to build stories for the women, and I saw some of the usual complaints, some of the usual excuses. I think the most glaring thing here is you have a vehicle to do things with the Owen Hart Cup, and you're not. Like, if you look at the men's tournament, for example, there is a story for Ospreay. Like, you had a story going into his pay-per-view match in the quarterfinals, and then you did the segment with him and Kenny this week. You did a segment with Swerve in his locker room.
Yep.
You have stories. You even did an entire video package for Jack Perry, and it was pretty clear that even if he didn't lose in the first round, he was facing Ospreay in the next round, so he's going to lose. It's like you're even going the extra mile to do stuff for people that are getting a quarterfinals exit. You're not doing any of that for the women. There is no stories for most of the women in this tournament. You haven't done anything like you've done with Jack for multiple women in this tournament. I mean, you've got Sari, Hazuki, Persephone in this tournament. You haven't done anything on your main shows to get people interested in them being in this tournament unless they're already fans of them.
Yeah, that's the one thing that gets a little bit frustrating. Like if you don't know Hazuki, you're just like, oh, who's this person in this tournament? And AEW fans, that just like what I was talking about with Forbidden Door. Sometimes they're like, if you're not an AEW superstar, I don't even care to learn who you are. So it's like you gotta kind of gotta feed these people to what it is. And exactly, yeah, this week was pretty glaring, Phil, with the 3-hour show and that squash match, and then not until the very end getting the women's match. And it's like, I hate that wrestling gets to this like, well, these 3 people are injured, so the whole thing's screwed, because it happens pretty often. It's like, well, I know Tony's out, I know Mercedes gone, I know we lost Willow, but like there are other ladies on your roster that we should have ready-made set up or being set up to be in those positions. It isn't like we lost these ladies, the whole thing's blown up, let's can't do anything about it. It's like, no, there's a roster of women at back there that should be presented, that we should know that are next up, that could be slotted into these places. And I hate how it's like one and done essentially.
Yeah, because I know, of course, it seemed like Willow had the most clear-cut story going into the tournament with the comeback killer gimmick, and then she got injured. But again, that's not a good sign when one person gets injured and then you just have a tournament full of a bunch of arbitrary matches and you haven't set up any stories for anybody else. I mean, if that's all it would take, why do you only have story for one person in this tournament? That's not good. And I would assume like now the story is going to be around whoever the wild card is, and I still assume it's going to be Mercedes, but we're right back at the same kind of problem where, all right, where you've got this tournament, let's just say hypothetically it is Mercedes. All right, then so you only have a story for Mercedes going in this tournament, and you're playing into this same criticism that I see all the time, that, all right, you only really have interesting creative for the same 3 or 4 people. And it's not good, man. Like I said, you could have easily built a story around Athena entering this tournament.
Why she's in the tournament?
what is her motivation to win this tournament other than like, well, she wants to be world champion again. Okay, what's the story? Like, I thought that they at least did some interesting stuff with Alex Windsor. I don't think anybody is expecting Windsor to win, but at least they did something here to point out, okay, this is going back to where it all started, my home country. My husband is heading into his Wembley dream, and I want to do the same thing. That plays into the inaugural Owen Hart Cup, where both Adam Cole and Britt Baker won. So you've got a ready-made thing with her trying to be the second couple to win it together, and she also laid the groundwork to say one way or another we're going to get our Wembley moment, which tells me even if Windsor loses, the Brawling Birds could end up heading into Wembley to challenge for the tag titles. Great. Just do more of that stuff. That's all. I just want a bit more of that. You've got a champion in Tekla that can talk, that people like. Why isn't she on this show in front of your audience cutting promos? Why isn't she out there in front of the crowd? Like, what's going on?
She beat 3 contenders in a great match on Sunday. She should be able to go out and say something and do something. Yeah, that's getting pretty frustrating on the women's side of, again, it's kind of breaking case of emergency. We're in emergency. Like, we got to get Mercedes. That's the only way that this thing is going to be fixed. And it's like, I also hate that. Well, who else? What other woman would it be? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, it's not really our job. Like, and then when we do give up these names, they're like, well, all these excuses for every name that we give up. So it's like, how can we fix this problem, Phil? I don't get it.
Yeah, it always turned into, okay, well, who are they going to feature? You have a staff full of writers. You have a roster full of women. Write stories for people. Build people up. That's what all of this is in place to do. I don't know. And like I said, I think the Owen makes it so glaring because the same care that has gone into the storytelling for the men's Owen is just not there for the women. And it's obvious. And like, even if you don't want to say that it's an issue in a 3-hour show that there was more stuff for the women, I think the stuff with the Owen is like the biggest indicator of the fact that there isn't as much care that goes into the storylines with the women. With that said, I think the Statlander and Sheeta stuff has been great. That's been the
Yep.
best story involving the women so far. But again, it's just like I would just like to see more of it. That's all.
I don't think that's a crazy thing to say of like, I like this, but I'd also like a lot more. I think there's women that are featured on Ring of Honor. There's Queen Amanada. There's Red Velvet. There's Deanna. There's all these women that I would feature myself, knowing if there was an empty kind of space needed and we needed to bulk up this division, that you have people on your roster that could be featured. But every time you start to bring up these names, there's, again, like I said, all these excuses.
Yeah, I mean, you just brought up Queen Amanada. Like you had a ready-made storyline to go back to with Amanada and Tekla, and
Nothing.
we've got nothing. They didn't go back to it. Tekla hasn't mentioned Amanada. Amanada hasn't been on TV to mention Tekla. Like, what happened to all of that? And I mean, I get it. She got injured, but this was a hot feud at one point. Why didn't we just go back to it?
Still, like, cause some mention, say a person's name out loud, be like, I remember you. I did those things. Like, you just, those stories don't usually connect over on that side, Phil. It's like, if a women's story being told, we told it already. We're not going to rehash that, or we're not going to get back to it, even if it's needed. You know what I mean? And again, that's the frustrating part of like, more people should have stories, more people should be featured, and you have the time. Like 3 hours, there's consistently doing these 3-hour shows. It feels like there's time, there's space. You're featuring matches of people that aren't even a part of the weekly stuff just to fill time, and it's like, what?
Yeah, and there's so many talented women there. It's just I don't get it, man. Like, and I get like the thing that works. Wrestling is wrestling. When you get a woman that can talk, they're always going to be pushed to the front. We've seen the pattern of that. That's how Britt got over. That's how Britt was used a lot. That's how Tony got over. And currently, that's what Tekla does well. She talks well, and yeah, I think if you're a woman in AEW currently, and you're like an Anna Jay or some of these other people that are not on TV, if you're listening to my voice, work on the promos, work on the character. That's what's going to get you on TV more seemingly. I don't like that that's the case, but it seems like that's what it is because the proof is in the pudding. I just named 3 women that got pushed straight up to the world title because they showed that they can talk. Ruby Soho was kind of the same thing when she was there. When she showed she could talk, she was on TV a lot. So maybe some of you guys work on a character. Sheeta is another example. Sheeta has really improved on the promos and her English. And same thing. She's getting a lot of screen time because of that. So some of these other women just improve the character, improve the mic work, and maybe things will change.
Yeah, it's in AEW, the wrestling's so great that even if you're a great wrestler, that's not enough. Like, you got to be like something different. On the men's side, it's showing with the homie Leo Rush. We saw him on Dynamite this week. Like, if you have a fleshed out real character that people can distinguish from all these other great wrestlers, that's going to separate you. Phil is right on the money. Women that can promo get more screen time. It's just normal. That's just how wrestling works. They get on TV, they get in ring promos. I would be working on promos every second of the fucking day to try to get on TV because that's what they want. It has to be another thing added on to your great wrestler. So you got to be a great wrestler and you got to promo. And it's unfortunate that that's how wrestling works. But that's really how it is, again, on the men's side too. Like, you can't, sometimes I'll bring up a name and the fans are like, their promos suck or they can't blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I didn't know it was about that, but it legit is about that.
Yes. And I hope nobody's listening to this and thinking, oh, well, you're putting the onus on the women to prove on something to get on TV. It's not totally on them because at the same time, I do think that a lot of the issue with these women not improving on the character or improving as talkers is because they're not getting the chance to do it. You got to put them in front of the crowd. I've been saying this for over a year. The thing that made Willow a better talker was putting her out there in front of the crowd and letting her talk. You got to let these women get the reps in front of the crowd, and not enough of them are getting that, and that's why they're not improving as talkers. You got to give them the TV time to do so. Again, that's why I was so baffled this week that you didn't put Tekla in front of the crowd. You've already shown it. You trust her as a talker backstage, so put her in front of the crowd.
Yeah, the pre-tapes and segments with Renee can only go so far. Like, you got to get in front of the crowd. You got to feel their energy. You got to see how you can work on the fly. You got to see how you can work when presented with a feud and a story. Because it's mostly just like, how do you feel about this match? Oh, I'm going to beat this person up. And then that's it. And it's like, no, we can't. You can't like fully connect with somebody unless you start to get those in-ring promos and those stories being told.
It's hard to gauge what's working if you don't put them in front of the crowd. And wrestling relies on crowd participation in a lot of ways. And again, this is what we started this conversation with about, the audience connecting with some of these women and staying in their seats at pay-per-views and not feeling like, okay, I can miss this because they're not locked in with the people in the ring. Where you've seen that that's not a thing is with somebody like Toni Storm, because Toni Storm connects with the audience. You've allowed her to get out there in front of that crowd, and the crowd connected with her. You've got to allow the other women to do it. You can't just keep going, okay, well, this person's not good at this person's not good at that. You got to give them the opportunity to get better.
Yeah, it's the only way. It's the only way as a pro wrestler in total. Like you bringing it up, I'm like, yeah, where would they even get the opportunity besides being on TV? Like, even in Ring of Honor, they're not giving up people a lot of the opportunities to do in-ring promos or like, to try that out. They're not going to the indies to get these in-ring promos to try this out. So it's like, where would you get better besides I'm in my mirror or I'm in my car going ham? It's like, got to start giving up these opportunities, got to start doing a lot more on the women's side because they do totally deserve it.
Absolutely. And yeah, I just think in a company where we've heard from the beginning that we're giving wrestlers freedom to be their own character and like march their own drum. I just would like to see more attention being put into the women at this point. And they've made strides as a company. I don't want to act like they haven't done anything well with the women. I mean, up to Blood and Guts last year, I thought they had a good thing going with the women, but again, it just feels like it'll be one step forward, a few step backwards, and it's like you gotta be consistent. I think that's the main issue with the utilization of the women. There's no real consistency.
I'm just thinking about like what the Rock, because I'm like, again, who are the people? But then I think of like somebody like Megan Bain. Like you have like a Megan Bain and like a Jamie Hayter and these people that if we lost big ones in the division, like that could be immediately slotted into there. But they're like the tag team division. They're like, we're trying to emphasize the tag team division, but not really because like they're the Megan and Lena are doing these 5-minute challenges, and it's like, that's just a veiled way of giving these women 5 minutes and seeing how, you know what I mean? Like some of the matches are only 2 minutes. Some of the matches are only 3.5 minutes. It's funny. I told somebody that doesn't watch wrestling. We're somehow talking about this. And I was like, oh yeah. Cause they do this 5-minute challenge and like, oh yeah, that's a way to only give them 5 minutes. And I was like, you don't even know wrestling. And that's the first thing that went to your brain. And I'm like, that's part of the problem,
Yeah. And see, man, everything I just sat here and said about, hey, this is the thing that's going to get you in the door. This is going to thing to get interest in you. Megan Bain is a clear exception to everything I said because she don't need to talk a lot. She doesn't need to do a lot. She already has presence. She already has a look. And I would think you're putting the tag titles on her and Lena because you've got such a physically imposing tag team. They already look impressive. The matches are going to be good. So why are you still relegating them to the pre-show or 5-minute matches? Like, I don't get it.
It's been. I don't think this is we get Mercedes back and then all the problems go away.
Of course not.
Phil. I don't think, you know what I mean? Like, this is more than just one or two people coming to cook. Like, it's going to take a lot. It's going to take investing in so many more of these women for it really to start cooking. And there just has to be more.
Yes. Yeah, we got some more super chats. Yeah, I agree, Redmond. Very excited to see Hazuki. If you've watched this podcast, of course you know. Big fan of Hazuki. One of my favorite wrestlers. So very
tonight.
Very excited.
My world.
Yeah, very excited that she's in this tournament. Very excited that she's getting a match ahead of time on Collision. It's not just, hey, plop her in the tournament and that's the only time we'll see her. Hopefully we'll see more of the Stardom wrestlers with Forbidden Door right around the corner.
It's over here. San Jose, baby. Appreciate y'all. The other Mikey B says the big star from that Dynamite was Kevin the Jet Knight. That man got the most heat of the show. On a show MJF and Fletcher were on, he could legit be the best heel in AEW.
Yeah, so far so good. I thought they did some interesting things with Kevin to end the night on Sunday, and then he did the, why Kevin why style promo on Monday, and I enjoyed it. I like what they did with it. I like the speedball stuff. I'm tentatively interested. There are things that I'm a little bit concerned about. I'll get into that in a sec. Just a minor concern.
Every turn after promo doesn't have to be why, because Jet and Kyle Fletcher did the same bit. And like every person in history of wrestling has done this. Please, wrestling writers and promoters, figure out a different way to say it. That's it. Like, I want to hear the story, but being like, you guys are all wondering why. We can make a compilation of you guys are wondering why, and it'll be 4 hours. It's
wrestling
like,
tropes, baby.
Yeah, wrestling tropes like hell. Figure out a different way to say it. Like, it's it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, man, Shane Monster. That was another big piece of news this week. Utami Hayashida is now a free agent. Well, technically not a free agent, back in Stardom. Seems like she's going to be a freelancer. Because as of yet, it hasn't been confirmed if she just re-signed with Stardom. She just showed back up at Stardom and she had a match. They're clearly building to her versus Saya Kamatani, which is awesome. If you know, you know. If you watch Stardom, they were in Queen's Quest together. Queen's Quest is, of course, no more. Team Aphrodite used to be a thing. And so having this reunion of them and getting this match is really cool. It seems like this is what Utami wanted when she announced she was leaving Marigold. And she talked about how there's still stuff she wanted to do before she retired, and she's still pretty young. So I was like, what do you mean by that? And I know a lot of Joshi wrestlers retire kind of early, but I was like, what does that mean? And she was just like, I see what other wrestlers are doing elsewhere, and how I was like, what does that mean? And so, yeah, we got the big reveal. She showed up in Stardom over the weekend, has already had her first match back. Exciting times, excited, because I think there's so many matchups you can have for Utami now that she's back in Stardom. But if this means she can show up in AEW and have a match with several wrestlers that we haven't seen her wrestle yet, that's exciting as well.
Sign me up. Sign it all up. The switching back and forth from Stardom to Marigold and these stories that have coming out of it, Phil, super interesting. Every time it happens, I'm like, I wonder what's going on over there.
Yeah, there's been some interesting rumors around Marigold and Utami and Rozzy, and I don't know exactly what happened there. It does kind of seem like there's more to this than meets the eye, but without speculating, I'm not sure exactly what this is. I do know that when she was talking about leaving Marigold and how she still had other things she wanted to accomplish, I was like, oh, she looked around and Saya was on regular TV in Japan. She is now like one of the biggest stars in Japan, not just one of the biggest Joshi stars, one of the biggest stars in Japanese wrestling right now. And it's a little bit different over there, man.
Saya's on the cover of magazines and stuff. Everybody love her. She come riding through, slapping hands. So I'm sure they talk, and she like, hey, we cooking over here. I don't know what you doing over there. What you trying to do?
Yeah, but man, that just opens the doors for so many interesting things. Listen, Utami versus Chris Statlander sounds incredible. That's definitely something I would like to see. At this point, most of the dream matches I want to see with anybody that's not in AEW that could come over are with Chris Statlander, because Statlander is one of the best wrestlers on the roster at the moment.
Every time people talk about Bailey coming over, Stat's the first name. Like, Stat is... She just kind of defines the style and like the physicalness and like everything that's great about AEW women's wrestling, dude. She's incredible. She was on fire in that 4-way. Like, she just throws bows. She's fast. She just understands instinct. She's incredible.
That instant kip up out of the 2-fall, which, yeah, nah. I just continue to say, man, some people have Statlander fucked up, and I just don't like it. Every time I see it, I just don't like it.
Again, that she falls for some reason under the can't do promo thing, and it's like, who gives a shit, dude? Have you seen every time the bell rings? I don't care about that, dog. She rocks it,
and I don't think her promo skills are that bad. I think it's definitely her weak point in comparison to some of the other women on the roster, but it's not enough that I'm just like, I don't want to see her on my TV, because she wrestles so well. It's like, when your strength is the in-ring work, I think we could pass for the promos just being passable.
And people be judging like in-rings with Toni Storm. Like, who else is gonna be able to go toe-to-toe with Toni Storm? There's not a lot of people, men or women, that could go toe-to-toe with Toni Storm. So it can't be like, couldn't keep up with Toni Storm, Doc. Who can?
Yeah. No, it's the men over there that can't keep up with Toni Storm in a promo.
I'm saying,
dog. We're not keeping them off TV for that reason, and we're not, holding them to that standard. So,
if that's the standard. Oh man. A very generous super chat from the homie Issa David, who says, time to watch my favorite pod. Although Phil is from Chicago, I will let it slide. Saint Lunatic for life. Not feeling the Drake albums. He needs to come out with a real album, not 40 throwaway songs, so he can leave a label.
It's a Midwest swing. Yeah. Yeah, there was some interesting Nelly discourse on our timeline this week, and I was just like, you sure this is the argument you guys want to die on this hill? And people were, for some reason, comparing them to T.I. and saying T.I. don't have an album that's better than Country Grammar, and I was like, he has more than one, sir. I know what Country Grammar is. I know it's so diamond. I know it has multiple hits on it, but like, in terms of like my opinion of the music I enjoy, no, T.I. has more than one classic album, guys. I don't know what we're talking about.
That the money or the sales argument always comes up when they start talking about the Jay-Z was never the hottest rapper here all the years when they bring it up. And anytime you guys try to say Nelly sold a lot of records that year, but he was not a better rapper any time of his life than Jay-Z. I don't care what numbers say. Like, what do you mean?
No, and I just can't buy into this I can't buy into this lie that Jay-Z was never the guy, because I was there. Right. And like, it doesn't matter if you try to go back and try to go, oh, his albums were never the biggest, they didn't do some of the numbers. Cultural impact matters. And like, we're talking about the guy that it was undeniable. This guy was king of New York at one point. He just had so many moments. Like, I was just watching Torre talk about when he brought Michael Jackson out at Summer Jam, and just how big that was. Just the fact that it wasn't like he brought Mike out to do a song. It was just him being able to flex, like, this is the influence I have in the industry right now, that I could just bring Michael Jackson out to wave to you guys. And then afterwards was like, yeah, by the way, I'm going to diss Nas on this and debut Takeover in front of you guys. Like, nah, Jay was, nah. I watched the Jay run in real time. I just can't let people lie to me. And when you look at what we've now considered the biggest rap beef of all time, and I just watch people in this beef do things that Hove did, at his peak, and you're trying to tell me, oh, that guy didn't matter? No, when J. Cole just tried to drop that diss track on Kendrick, what did he try to tell us? Oh, you don't have a real classic. One was the other was, hey, where did I hear that before?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even like his whole attempt to get Nas out the paint, which didn't work.
No.
It was, hey, let me dig up some stuff that other people don't know about you and put it on a public stage. Isn't that what just worked against Drake?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Again, you're going to sit here and tell me, oh, this guy with a Michael Jackson glove on his cover that just got to say he eclipsed Michael Jackson's Billboard record and how big and impactful that was. Again, we're talking about a guy that just brought Michael Jackson on a stage just for the sake of doing it because I can. And you're telling me that guy didn't have a cultural impact?
At Summer Jam, Phil, not just like at a place. He brought him out at Summer Jam when Summer Jam was peak. At that time, it was like, you're playing at Summer Jam, niggas are outside. Like, this is different.
Yeah, no, I was there. I was there at multiple times when this guy has done things that rappers weren't doing. Like the Glastonbury show, him coming out at Glastonbury and kicking shit at Oasis at that time, and like how big of a deal that was. No, man, we're not gonna lie on Hoes Run, bro. We are absolutely not gonna lie.
I mean, the reason that him and Nas were even beefing was because of this. They were talking about cultural impact. They were talking about why hip hop is running. They were talking about what they were doing for it. And there were other people selling more records than both those guys, but hip hop was all about those two rappers at that time. For some years, we were thinking about it, wondering about that. And then after that, Hove albums started going crazy, like platinum, like all the time. And then he became the president, and then he could like, dog. I don't even. Every time they try to talk like he's just some guy, just Beyonce's husband, I'm like,
it's insane. And I'm seeing certain Drake fans do it, and it's like, yeah, but your guy, a big part of what he does was impacted by Hoes Run. Like,
he's been trying to be Hove his whole life, pretty much.
Coming out with an album every summer and just like doing the meticulous, trying to do an album year after year like that wasn't a thing. I don't know if people remember like the distance between albums. No, it wasn't like people were dropping music quickly like Hove was doing. And
they were calling Jay-Z crazy. They were like, "Why you're putting out another one? You just put one out."
You're not letting these albums breathe. It's like, no, he literally set the blueprint for how to have this run and how to have longevity in hip hop. And people are now trying to lie and tell me that wasn't a thing. No, I was there. I was there when I was there when Blueprint dropped. Mm-hmm. And like the only reason some people weren't talking about it was something else big happened on September 11th, 2001. Yeah. And even still, it didn't stop this guy from having one of the most successful albums that year. I mean, I think most people have the consensus that Nas won that beef. And it didn't do anything to this guy's career. He didn't go nowhere. He still was at the top of the industry.
His album was hot when our country, we're in turmoil right now. But like in 2001, you guys, life was wild. And like people were still like, but let me go get that Blueprint though. Like when things they're like, okay, I don't care what's going on outside. Let me get that new Ho. And that shit was everywhere. When he did the Unplug a little bit afterwards, and then that was everywhere. I'm like, nah, you guys don't understand.
Bro, there are certain people that I know that became rock fans, that became Linkin Park fans after Collision Course. What Collision Course did and how that changed like a lot of music coming out at that time. Nah, man, we're not gonna lie on Hoes Run, bro. I can't let you do it, man. And it could be some of my bias because I think Hove is the greatest of all time, but nah, man. No,
it totally can be biased because I'm like, he did that without writing it down. However, he did it. Like how? Like I just can't. There was that tweet this week of like, name one era that Hove has been better than Drake. Every era, dude. There's not an era where he's ever rapped better than Jay-Z. Not in his life. Not one day.
Ever. And I don't dislike Drake, but no. No. This guy has never been.
These arguments.
He's never been better than Hove, in my opinion. Never. But yeah, I disagree with the both of those Drake. All of the Drake albums is bad. Maid of Honor, I probably will never listen to ever again. It's probably the worst album I've ever heard. But the other two, the Iceman, I think is a good album. I was gonna say great. Let me roll it back a little bit. Maybe not great. It's a good album. I enjoy it a lot. I like the other album, the Habibie album, a lot. I'm not a big fan of like Drake as a singer, but like that WNBA track on there is fire.
I'm crying because you just dropped that real quick. I made him probably the worst album I've ever heard, and you just moved forward.
No, seriously, Maid of Honor is terrible. It's probably the worst album I've ever heard. Like it's bad. It's not good. And it's so funny because I've seen people with the exact opposite reaction. They're like, "This is my favorite of the three albums," and boy, I do not agree. Yeah, I will. I probably will never listen to Maid of Honor again.
I'm crying.
And the crazy part is, I know that Sexy Red song on Maid of Honor is probably gonna go crazy, but definitely. Boy, I do not like that song. The Cheetah Print song, I think it's terrible. I hate it. But the Habibie, I think is great. Habibie is low key better than Iceman. I was just saying this yesterday, but I think the thing that makes it better is it's not bogged down by any of the commiserating from the battle and my friends betrayed me. It's just him making R&B songs,
music,
and if anything, it kind of proves Kendrick right. We like Drake with the melodies because the melodies on there and the songs are great. Like I said, I like Iceman too, but yeah, that third one I probably will never go back to. Yeah.
Oh man, that is funny, dog. Still, I mean, not for nothing, the guy is still dominating all the headlines. Like every time I open my phone, it's some Drake spinoff thing, a producer or something, a part of this rollout, and I'm like, it's still all about him.
Every time I open IG now, if I have the volume on, I hear, "Reach me, baby." Call my phone and say, "You need me, baby." And I knew it after I heard that song the second time. I was like, oh, this is going to get played everywhere. This hook is too catchy. I knew it. I knew this Janet Shut the Fuck Up was going to be everywhere. And sure enough, all of the TikTok videos, all of these, like I've seen like Carmen Petrovich in her car singing it, like, yeah, I already knew. I've seen multiple of the women's wrestlers with that as their song and like people using captions from that song. I knew it. I knew that was going to happen after the second listen.
Listen, this guy's an undeniable hit maker, regardless of what happened in this battle, regardless of what people still think. If you need one, this guy got one for you. You can't deny that.
Yeah. But yeah, look, and bro, I got to give him credit because initially I was like, oh, Fallout is still best rap album of the year to me. I don't think anything has topped it so far. I've ended up listening to Iceman more this month than anything else. And it might be just recency bias. The guy knows how to make a hit, man. You know, even if you hear it that first time, because even the Janice song I'm talking about, I was like, I don't know about this hook, man. And then the second time I was like, oh yeah, it's catchy. What are you gonna do?
And that's the real test, because it's not that's why first review listens, or we just put it out and we're gonna review it in full. It's like, no, the real long lasting ones are the ones you hear after the fifth time and you're just in your car singing this song randomly. Like that's how these things work. And he has so many songs like that, songs that you're like, I'm not fucking with this song, man. But then you're in the shower and you're like, it's on some Drake shit. It's like, that's just, if it weighs you down and beats you down, that's the ones that really last. That's why he's been around for fucking 15 years at this point.
That clip of the Company Man, shout out to Company Man. I like his content a lot.
Me too.
The clip of him making fun of the one song, and he's like, "She wanna meet next door. She wanna see party." Hilarious. And I was like, I get it's very funny. I get that it does sound like that. It does sound corny like that. But as soon as I heard it the second or third time, I was like, these Persian women are going to be on IG doing it.
All over.
And I've already seen it.
All over.
I've already seen it. I've already seen the clips of the Persian women singing that.
And Drake. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you.
Yeah, but no, company man doing that. She wanna be next door. She wanna me party. Hilarious. Every time I see that clip, or the dude doing the shebang, bro.
Listen, every time I scroll past some of them Persian women pop lock into that Drake song, I'm like, you know, Kendrick. I'm sorry, dog. Like.
But again, listen, these things fill different lanes. It's just like the argument we were making with Hove and Nas back in the day. Nas makes different music for different people. Jay's music gets off. They have their own lanes, man. It's okay.
Yep. Hove was in the club. They were saying the same thing they say about Kendrick to Nas. They don't play that shit over here. They don't do this. We're not trying to hear that introspective hip hoppity rap shit. Like, it was almost the same story.
Yeah, so it's fine. These things are for who they're for. Just put out music. I've been saying that from the beginning. I knew as soon as he put out music, it was gonna do what it do, and he did it just in time. Summer's coming. You're gonna hear some of them Drake songs everywhere, bro. You're gonna get tired of that Janis "Shut the Fuck Up" record. It's gonna get played a ton. It is what it is.
Listen, he's never going anywhere. We were saying this during the pod. We're like, it's gonna be some murky waters. It's gonna seem crazy for a bit, but he's fine.
We just passed the anniversary of Story of Adidon, and when I saw that cover on my timeline again, I was like, he's really still around after this visual of him doing blackface is out there, and
you are hiding a child, dog. He came back from that. Like, that was just
he somehow survived that, and then got bodied again by somebody else and still survived. He's not going nowhere, guys.
He's never going.
He's not going nowhere, man.
And two guys like put his head on a stick. Like, they had him. They were parading around. People were dancing on his grave, and he is still here. He's still number one. It doesn't matter.
And look, not for nothing. It's a very divisive topic. He's still making good music, in my opinion. Some people, of course, are going to be like, nah, like Torre was like, nah, all of them are skips. And I'm like, I feel you, Torre, but I don't agree with you. Torre brought up a very good point that I have been thinking for a long time on one of the videos I watched. He was talking about Ether versus Takeover. And he was talking about how, are we going to ever get to the point and talk about how Nas got a lot of lies off here? And I was like, yeah, because a lot of this was lies and him making gay jokes. And people were like, this is the best diss I've ever heard. And I was like, yeah, but the thing that made Takeover so great is that everything Hov was saying was truth. He was like, nah, you fell off. You gave us 2 classic albums. Maybe one was that, the other was Illmatic. That's a one hot album every 10-year average. That line hit because it was true.
Yeah. If anything, he's inspired Nas to be better. Like, if anything, he put the battery in Nas's back. And Takeover, like, it's just a hard ass song too. You know what I mean? Like, I know people continuously. It's a debate for a long time. Takeover, the Kanye went crazy on that shit. That's some wild ass production.
Bro, when I showed you your first tech on tour with Large Professor, that's a real story. That's that's true. Mm-hmm. Like, his whole thing of like, how can you call yourself Esco when you ain't ever sold nothing? You were never in the streets like this. I know that because I am a street guy. That's truth. Like,
but it didn't matter, dog. It was about Nas won because of lies. Called him 36 in a karate class and all that.
Which was a lie.
Get these bits off, dog. I don't care how old he is. I ain't got Wikipedia.
Redman, I've thought this for a long time. Takeover is better than Ether, and people are gonna try to get me out of here for this take, but it is. Takeover is better than Ether, man. It is, and I'm not gonna deny Nas won this battle. Absolutely. But Takeover is better than Ether, guys.
I mean, again, the beat, like I Nas, like Ether, I love it. I think he, of course, won the battle for me, but like all the elements of Ether are not the greatest elements. Like the beat's
It's
not the
not. It's
greatest.
not aged well. I mean, I won't say that the beat's not the greatest. The beat is what it is. It's an iconic rap beef. There's a reason why people put ether over things when they're trying to cook people and get people out of here. Like, and ethering somebody has become a term. Like, look, the song did what it was supposed to do. Again, that's why I'm like, Nas did win. But in terms of like, to me, the song that is better, the song that I revisit more, the song that's aged better is Takeover. I don't think Ether has aged well, guys.
And Nas ruined Renegade forever, and I'll never forgive him for it. Now
Which was another lie.
It's a huge lie. We've been having debates for 25 years at this point because Nas was like, you got washed on your own song, and you did it. He did it. He did it. We all heard the song, Nas, and now people are just like, Eminem killed him. He murdered him. I can't believe Jay-Z was on the same song. I'm like, I've heard the song, dog, and that's not what happened.
Yeah, no.
Dog, again, the second verse, I had to hustle my back to the walls, ashy knuckles. Like, come on, dog. These are bars.
Even if you want to say M had the better verse on that, he did not wash this dude.
No.
When you say washed, like, no, he did not wash him on there. I'm not trying to hear that.
It's a constant debate too, and every time it's on my timeline, it drives me crazy.
I hate it. But yeah, a lot of people continue to repeat lies off of Ether that are like, no, that's a clear lie. Yeah, I've seen you, Jose, try to say that's how Kendrick won this battle as well. He won off of lies. Nah, he out-rapped this dude.
This is different.
He smoked that dude. He smoked that dude on every single song he put out. Like, the only song you could say, hey, maybe that round it was close was when Family Matters came out. But the rest of them rounds were not close, buddy. Kendrick smoked that dude on every single one of them songs, man.
And they're like, who listens to Not Like Us still? It comes on in California, and we all start, people start sea-walking, we're high-fiving and shit. Still goes as hard as when it just came out, dog. Like, every time I see either the Super Bowl or the Grammys clip, I'm like, nah, we're not going to rewrite history, you guys. We know we were there.
No, I mean, and the way that you know he got smoked is this dude is still impacted by it 2 years later. He's still trying to relitigate this thing 2 years later. He put a song on his album called Ran to Atlanta. No, he lost, dog. He lost. He got out-rapped. He got cooked, dog. Like, no, sir. He got cooked.
He's still throwing jabs. If he won, he would not still be throwing jabs. He'd be drinking his champagne with his feet up. But he's still like, hey, let me tell you about this short guy, though. He didn't do that great.
Yeah. That's actually, before we move on, that is the song that I think I've tried to go back and re-listen to it more. Too hard for the radio. I know a lot of people like it. I don't like it, guys. I skip it every time I listen to Iceman. Thank you. I don't like it. And look, I think when I do let it play through, I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna get played a lot. I get why people like it. I do think it's a great beat. But when he's trying to do his West Coast impression, I'm gonna show you how to do this, little boy. Like, turn this off.
Turn this off. Turn this off.
Turn this off.
Turn this off. And I'm mad, Phil. I told you when it came out because Oakland fucks with that, dog. I'm about to hear that shit.
It's gonna get played a lot.
I can't get away from it.
You are definitely about to hear. Got an Oakland show tonight, baby. You are about to hear that. Yes, you are.
We're supposed to be booing, but they're like, yeah, turn it up.
Yeah. And the first time I heard it, I was like, nah, the song is cool. And the more and more I hear it, I'm like,
that fucker. This flow, every time I hear the flow, I'm just like,
because it sounds like he's trying to do an impression of Kendrick on Not Like Us, and it just I don't like it. It sounds a bit cheesy because it sounds like he's trying to sound like it's again where it's like you haven't learned your lesson because Kendrick told you. You go and you put on everybody else's culture from other people's regions and try to catch a hit with it. And that's exactly what you tried to do with this Bay record. And yeah,
you ran to the Bay to find some people to help you, dog. Like what?
Yeah. Yeah. See, this is the duality. I see already people in the chat that are like, back and forth, and see, this guy's saying it's better than Not Like Us.
All right. Okay. Let's relax. Better than? That's wild.
Listen, opinions are opinions. I'm
They
sure
are.
people are going to come out later and be like, "You thought Takeover was better than Ether, though." I feel like the longer time goes, the more I've been proven right about that take. But I don't know.
Listen, when I listen to Blueprint, Takeover plays. When I listen to Stillmatic, sometimes I skip Ether. So that's just me. And I'm a gigantic Nas fan. I love him. I think he's GOAT. I think like the greatest rap album of all time, he made it to me. So like, you know what I mean? And that's this person saying that.
Yeah.
GOAT. But every time I see him and Khalees on that, when they had the jackets with the when he was doing the N-word album, I'm like, what was happening then though?
He's had some wild rollouts, bro. He's had some crazy rollouts, bro.
A couple of them feel too like this isn't it. Like a couple of times it's like, what's the homie doing though?
He's had some crazy rollouts, dog. And like, I'm glad like he's gotten with Hit Boy and made some classic albums since then. Well, you know, I can't say classic yet, but he's made some great albums with Hit Boy since then. But yeah, he's had some duds, to say the least.
That's a great way to describe it.
He's had some duds. People continue to argue me on Omi and be like, no, Omi is trash, dog. I don't care what nobody says. Omi is trash. And I know people are like, but it got played in clubs. There's a lot of trash songs that got played in clubs, dog.
That's not really, that's never a good argument for me. Like anytime club talk is involved in what songs are and how music moves, I'm like, but like half the time we're not in the club playing these songs. So like, what about all the other time that we need to be playing music?
I want to move on so bad, but I just saw something to take that in the chat that I want to respond to. And it's like, so Drew Turner is saying, Takeover talk acting like Super Ugly never exists. Shit was lame. Super Ugly is not a great record, but I will say this: I think the way we moved the goalposts around for Super Ugly is very interesting to watch, because one of the greatest diss tracks of all time was Tupac starting it and saying, "Hey, claim to be a pimp, but I fucked your wife." This dude came back later and was like, "Hey, I fucked your baby mama," and no, it actually happened. We don't have any proof that Tupac ever did anything with Faith. No, it is a known fact that Hov did sleep with his baby mama. And he came back in vivid detail and was like, yeah, that happened. And that's your man's. That's the dude that y'all let get on Ether and say, I'm ugly. Hey, I'm ugly. Still fucked your baby mama, though. And people are like, you lost. It's like, well, again, one dude was doing a lot of lying and one person was dealing in facts. And that don't matter, though.
And Phil, people forget that the battle's mostly about Takeover and Ether, but Nas had another one too. Like people get mad at Super Ugly, but Nas put another one out, and it
wasn't great. And that the
line,
line,
a lot of more gay jokes. It's mostly about being gay, and it's like I don't know why what that has to do with this.
And the line that did not make it on Ether that I never knew, that Aaliyah line that was going to be on Ether, I was like, oh yeah, I'm glad that never made it, because that was awful.
Yeah, they talk about that. There's an original version of Ether that was way more dangerous and way more disrespectful, and it's like I'm happy that he went with that, because like we didn't need that. I hear some of that stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, we didn't need that. We didn't need that at all.
That Aaliyah line, yeah. When I heard it, I was like, yeah, I'm glad he did not.
Glad you kept it. Glad you kept it.
That was not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but of course, you're never going to win that debate with people because, again, Jay lost. I will never deny that he lost, but I think some of the discourse around Ether and that whole battle.
It's the same kind of story. That Jay-Z went on Angie Martinez's show, and it sounded like he was crying. He was so emotional about Ether. but that doesn't matter. That didn't matter. None of this matters.
Because I think the context matters as well. That I don't think anybody thought Nas was coming back because Nas looked dead in the water. It wasn't just that Takeover was such a great track. It was the music that Nas was putting out at that time. Nas had nothing going. He looked like he was bored with the music he was making. He was stuck in a deal that he clearly did not want to be in. He was making music that people weren't really fucking with.
Nostradamus was crazy. There was some
terrible
weird beats
album
on there.
Terrible album. But see, wasn't Omi on Nostradamus?
It was. He was experimenting, Phil. I don't know what he was doing. He has that one song, Shoot 'Em Up. It sounds like a Christmas song or something. Like Nas was like, some of the production on here, like when people are like, Nas has terrible production, I'm like, the great ones, I don't think so. But then the bad ones are bad.
No, I had a friend that's a huge Nas fan at one point, and we had a long debate about Nostradamus. I was like, "You're not going to convince me that Nostradamus is a good album, buddy. It's not. It is a terrible album."
And again, I love Nas. He's up there, number one or number two. Like he's in my top 5, and like that album is bad.
Yeah, no. And it was so funny because he knew I was a Jay fan, and he was like, yeah, but you're gonna tell me that. I was like, but see, the difference is I'll admit when a Jay song is not good or when a Jay album is not good. Yeah, it's a lot of Nas. There's some Nas fans that will not admit that Nostradamus is not a good album. It's not.
It's bad. It's bad. Mostly bad. Yeah. He's rapping on there, but like he's a rapper. I think he went past the minimal one. Right above it. A minimal. Yeah, shout out to the homie Minimal who says, what's up, fellas? Happy Grapsody. Watching him is Spider Noir yet. About halfway through and loving it so far. Watching in black and white. Highly recommended.
I haven't watched it yet. I do need to watch it. It's on Amazon.
What's that about?
The great Nick Cage. He's playing a Spider-Man from an alternate universe where it's like basically in black and white. It's like a detective noir style. Yeah, it looks good. I'm gonna check it out.
That sounds fun. I think I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah. What one of the greatest ever, Nick Cage. Like, if you try to take a lot of what he does too seriously, then you're doing it wrong.
That's the issue. Yeah. People are just like putting him on this pedestal that he doesn't need to be on. He's just like a silly ass fool sometimes, I think.
What a guy, what a career. What a life this man has lived. I think about this every time I see these John Travolta pictures pop up on my timeline of him with this beret. What a life John Travolta's lived, man.
John Travolta, you guys don't understand what John fucking Travolta has lived through. But every time one of them beret pics comes across my timeline, I die, dude. It kills me. So every time they call him White Common, I'm out of here, dude.
What?
I'm gone.
I did not see that. White Common is hilarious, bro.
With the beret. Shout out to John Travolta, though. Yeah, he's lived like 25 different lives, man. He's what a character.
I don't know how he landed on this look. He looks like a silent movie director for some reason. I don't know where he decided on this look. He looked like one of the guys that was in the room when they were making Steamboat Mickey. I just don't know what the fuck.
Oh man, and he keeps having different colors, different versions. He pairs them with the glasses. I'm like, this guy is hilarious.
Oh man, what a guy.
Oh shit, that is funny. The homie Ben Sivner says, it sucks that women are not given opportunities to improve because of something that is out of their control. Men have dominated wrestling for decades. Yeah, like it seems like nothing is ever changing, I think is what gets me. It's like, damn, we're still doing this. Like they constantly talk about how bad the Divas era was, Phil, and how things were moving. I'm like, women are still getting 3-minute matches. What the fuck has changed?
Yeah, I think that is very frustrating, Ben, when it's like you'll see certain people on a timeline that are just like, well, this person had a bad match here, or they did this promo sucked, and it's like, so they just don't ever get another chance. Like, you didn't like this one thing they did, so they don't get another chance. Like, I just hate that logic, and that's not, really logic that you put with the men. A lot of men get opportunities to reinvent themselves, and you know that's one of the great things about wrestling is that you can have somebody that's tried something more than once. They tried a character or a gimmick that didn't work, and they retooled it. And I mean, we wouldn't have some of the biggest stars in this industry if that was the case. So many guys had to keep going back to the drawing board and retrying until they found something that worked. I don't know.
Yeah, the one and doneness of women's wrestling drives me crazy. But like a guy like Sammy Guevara get 20 chances. A guy like Johnny Gargano, like
Austin Theory.
Austin Theory gets a million chances. Like what? What's the difference?
Yeah, I hate it.
Ben also says, I don't see it happening, but would you guys like to see a separate all-women show in addition to appearing on Dynamite and Collision? This is always the kind of the debate too, Phil, of like, what if you just put them all on their own show?
Yeah. Yeah, man. If this is like a weekly show, I don't think we'll ever see that. But like, I do think they could do a special, man. I do think they could do like a annual special for just the women. Even if it's even if it's not a pay-per-view, even if it's like one of those like Battle in the Belt type things that just happens on a Saturday, I do think they could do that.
Totally. I don't know why they haven't in this long. I don't know what's going on in both companies, in all companies. I'm like, there should be at least, if you're going to continue to book like this, you need to improve, but also just like put on a yearly women's show, like the Evolution show that everybody likes, or like, you know what I mean? Something like that needs to be done in all companies, honestly.
Yes. I think things like Evolution and the first NWA Empower shows that you can do something like that well, and there's an audience for it. I just think we're gonna keep having these kind of conversations, unfortunately, because some people believe in the impact of women's wrestling and believe that women's wrestling can draw, and some people just don't think that it can, and just gonna continue to be a conversation for some reason.
I feel like some wrestling promoters, if they didn't get backlash from the internet, wouldn't put women's wrestling on TV.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's the saddest thing to me to realize. Like, if it wasn't for backlash and people yelling at them on the internet, they wouldn't even put it on TV for the 3 minutes that they do.
Definitely. You got to remember, within the last 10 years, a lot of indie promotions just started debuting women's championships because a lot of companies before like 2016 did not have a women's championship.
Ring of Honor's history is now Athena has changed it into being what it is, and women have shined in the second half of it. But if throughout the history they were getting no matches a lot of the times, they're not like a huge part of the history before they were purchased by AEW. Like, this is a new thing, like Phil's saying, across all promotions.
Yeah, so I think the industry on a whole still has some work to do. But I do think it's fair to criticize AEW's use of women, and every time it comes up, some people are like, well, what about this company? And what about what WWE does? It's like, well, yeah, I want that to be better as well, but you can also criticize what AEW doing as well.
Absolutely. You should.
And that doesn't mean that they haven't done things well with the women. They have. They've made some strides, for sure. But, I would just like to see some more. That's all.
Seems pretty easy. But what do we know? The homie Joseph Molina says, there are too many hip-hop fans that equate sell with cultural impact. SMH. That sounds pretty familiar, Phil. Sounds like
numbers?
Wrestling fans?
Yeah. People that, dominate the conversation. But what about numbers? Yeah. And of course, I understand the irony of us talking about how important Ho's run is, because one of the guys that started the numbers conversation was Hove. You gotta
him.
say it. That's one of the negative things he brought to this
He
because
did.
he absolutely did it.
That fucker.
I mean, he gave us that quote: "Men lie, women lie, numbers don't."
Yeah. And numbers do lie. Damn.
In this era with bots and other things going on, there's some numbers that's lying, dog.
Damn. It's cold out here. Cold world.
I do wonder, like, some of this stuff, because that whatever that week was where Cole had his little press run and he was everywhere, and now that Drake is outside and
Where is he?
he's he threw some shots at him. There are definitely some Cole shots on this album, and we haven't heard nothing from Cole. Cole's just like, well, I'm back to riding my bike, going to the beach. Like, this will be the last y'all see of me for a while until it's time to tour.
Let me get my flip flops. Like, I ain't fucking with y'all. I'm about to ride around this city, see some fans, slap some hands, and I'm not mad at it. Like, Phil, because like you see what happened. Like, catching a stray from Drake is like enough to be some damage, but like actual real shots, and every time you go to an outlet, they're just gonna ask you about it. I'd be like, I'm chilling. Nah, I'm good. I'm at home.
And it's everywhere. That clip of Fat Joe saying he didn't like the Khaled bar, and Jadakiss is just like, "What do you mean? This is hip hop." And like, how could you? Like, what do you mean?
Say that killed me. How could you say that? Because Jada's like genuinely like he doesn't understand why Fat Joe was. How could you say that? Because he's hip hop. He knows what this game is. Fat Joe's just like, Khaled didn't do anything. How could he catch a spray? What's his problem?
It's rap, and he's like,
Rap.
well, Khaled's not a rapper, so he can't respond. Hey, what do you mean?
What?
Metro ain't a rapper either, and Metro was responding?
Dog. We're doing that now. They're not a rapper, so you can't say nothing about him. He's in the culture, dog. He's up for grabs.
Yeah.
The homie Tyrone Kid says, people forget Best of Me Part 2, shut it down. Like, the culture shifted when Hove did features, you guys. Like, life was different.
Bro.
On a feature.
Bro, it's certain Hove features that when I hear it, it's just like, nah, shut everything down. Like, I don't care where I am. And I mean, this has become, at a certain time period, at this point, my brother makes fun of me for it. Because I don't care where I am. I don't care how drunk I am. If What We Do comes on, I'm rapping the entire whole verse, bro. Because, bro, one of the greatest features ever, bro.
Yeah. That's a high one. You know what I was just thinking about recently? I saw a video with Jermaine Dupri. But when Money Ain't a Thing came out, Phil, I remember there being like a world premiere on BET or something, and it felt like time stopped. It was like, damn, Jermaine Dupri got Jay-Z on a song, and they're rapping about money, and they have all these dope-ass cars. Like, people don't. Y'all weren't there.
That's why I keep saying, you're not going to tell me that this dude wasn't on top of the industry. This dude was on top of the entire industry. Mm-hmm. No, I was there. I can't let you lie. Yeah. I can't let you lie to me, man.
The homie, the Buzz, Aaron Busby says, if I could be reasonable about Iceman, I don't think you can. I really hate how Drake sequences his album. I redid the track list to just 12 songs, and it's more digestible. I just can't get past his whining.
Yeah, there's some skips on Iceman for me, for sure. But now you got some joints on there. I can't say that it's a terrible album, like some people have said. And if you do think it's a terrible album, that's your opinion. I'm sure some people are like, nah, Phil's bugging about Maid of Honor. Hey, man. It is what it is. If you like it, more power to you. Again, I probably will never listen to it again.
There's some complaints I see that are complaints that have been on Drake his entire career, and like those I'm like, that's who he is as a rapper. Like, why are you guys complaining about that? And I understand the, like, we thought he was going to mature. We thought he was going to blah, blah, blah. Listen, it's been 25, almost 30 years. I still want to hear Pusha T rap about cocaine selling. And I still want to hear this. Like, if Drake is still whining and talking about women in 20 more years, that's the foundation he laid, dog. That's who he is as a rapper. What do you want?
You thought he was gonna get his "These People Hurt Me" verses off on this album? He's been doing that since day one.
That's what he did.
I mean, one of his Some of his biggest records are that. Like, he was definitely going to do that.
That's what his life is. He's hurt by friends all the time. He's told you these friends, no new friends. That's been his whole career.
Bro, people thought he wasn't going to continue to kick shit at ASAP. Like, yeah, he still don't like Rocky, bro. We know why. And like, I get it. And people are like, it can't be that. You sure? The dude that made Marvin's Room? Have you ever listened to Marvin's Room? Like,
and like, he got to see paparazzi photos. They're outside. There's videos of them together. He's at home stewing. No, it's not over. He didn't just forget about what he thinks is the love of his life, dog. It ain't over.
And I mean, the way that he's gone at Kendrick, the lines he's thrown at Ross, the lines he's thrown at somebody, none of them have the venom behind them like these Rocky lines. It feels like every time he go at Rocky, he making a point to be like, nah, this dude is a loser. Every time, man. And every time I'm like, damn, leave him alone. Like, what you do?
Yeah, the other guys, he's just like, yeah, those guys betrayed me. I can't believe they would do me like this. Rocky, he's like, nah, fuck that nigga. His girl won't even post his single. Like, I don't like. It's always
your baby mama won't even post a single. Damn, where's she at? Where's she at?
It always hurts a little bit. I'm like, damn, because his baby mama didn't post his single though.
I still say every time I've listened to Family Matters, those lines when he gets into that second verse, when he's going in on Rocky, it's like, God damn, man. Whew.
Rocky is living his life. Like, on the bright side, like, he is with Rihanna with kids and stuff.
He's winning.
A happy husband. Like, it's fine, but like, these are some pointed shots.
He's winning, but every time he even tries to respond to Drake, I'm like, nah, just don't. You're not gonna win this rap battle. You're winning at life though, but you're not gonna win.
You saw that clip of him at like on stage, ASAP Rocky at like a magazine, Elle magazine or something, and he's like doing this wild like dance thing. It's so weird.
I saw some of the clips from his concert too, and I was just like, yeah, hey man, people like it. I haven't liked the Rocky album in quite a while, but
it's been a minute. It's been a long time. There was a time though when Rocky was maybe not at the tippy top of the industry because Drake was always there, but like he was up there. And when his releases came out, it meant something. I don't know if it's the same now, but like he had his moment. That's for something.
Look, man, fucking Problem is still.
That's one of my karaoke jams.
It's still a joint. I mean, that's another one of those people divisive. Drake has the best verse on that song, guys. And people will be like, no, he doesn't. Yeah, he does. Drake has the best verse on that song.
I don't particularly think so. I think Kendrick has the best verse, but I hear you.
I don't know, dog. I think Drake got the best verse on that one.
I mean, girl, I know you want this dick hits it hits hard every time. So I don't know, you know. Great song, regardless.
Yeah, great song.
You know. Shout out to Rocky. I think he's a good artist. I think just priorities are in probably 20 different places at this time, Phil. You know, it's hard to like when you're on top. Even beyond being an artist and like you got the girl and you got the family and you're getting all these fashion brand deals and all this, probably hard to like write, you know, I'm a hungry artist, starving artist type vibes. And like, it's hard to Hove's thing. Like a lot of the reason people are mad at him is because he's so luxurious and he's like, hey, what, you don't have $2 billion paintings? And like, it's hard to get beyond that. And Rocky's rich and he kind of talks like that now. And it's going to be hard for people to stand behind that.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people check out when the main character wins.
Right. Exactly.
It's boring. Story's boring now. Like they're winning.
Exactly.
Yeah. I get it.
The main character when people are funny, they want to see you when you're down. The other Mikey,
they want you to keep struggling, I guess.
Like you up? No, we ain't into that. The other Mikey V says, "Shout out to TNA for booking Slater so bad on purpose."
Mm-hmm. Hey man, there are a handful of times where I've gotten on this podcast and I've been just like, "Hey man, y'all know this kind of looks crazy. Why did that happen? Like, y'all don't think that looks away?" And I didn't know I was really on to something when I came on here and I was like, hey, why did he take that match? during WrestleMania weekend. What does that mean?
I remember this
Why do
conversation.
why do you take that match with Ricochet? I'm surprised they're letting him do that. And hey, if he's WWE bound, why would he be over here doing that? And I've seen more and more things now where I'm like, that's interesting.
I remember. I specifically remember.
And I definitely thought about it when I saw this report. If you guys don't have the context, that there's that report that Leon Slater did not break the record for longest reigning X Division champion because TNA thinks he's eventually going to leave and go elsewhere. And I was like,
Elsewhere, huh?
I was like, if this is just a fear that he's going to WWE, why would they care about him breaking that record?
Yeah.
They're in a partnership with WWE. That kind of tells me that they don't think he is only leaning towards WWE or that WWE is a guarantee like we thought. And that was the original question I asked because I was like, if he is guaranteed to be going to WWE, why is he doing
Wouldn't matter, would it?
Why is he doing some of the WrestleMania weekend stuff that we see indie guys do? Like, it's interesting. Very interesting.
The funniest part about this for me too is the person that currently holds the record is Austin Aries, and like this trumped them taking Austin Aries out of that.
I would think that you would want Austin Aries out of your history books, given the way his time with TNA ended and some of the conversations around Austin Aries, but apparently, being petty matters more.
That wins. Petty wins every time. Yeah, I thought before the WrestleMania stuff, Phil, that he was a WWE bound, no question about it. Like
Absolutely.
It feels like they were featuring him on shows. Him and Javon were doing matches. He's on NXT. Like it felt like they were setting him up. But the last couple of months it's been different. He has not been moving like that. They haven't featured him like they were. They weren't putting him up next to guys that they consider to be their guys. And then this news came out and I was like, oh, elsewhere, huh? They expect him elsewhere. What does that mean? Because WWE is not elsewhere. That's somewhere. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they didn't phrase it as elsewhere in their report. They phrased it as WWE or AEW. But I just wondered because I was like, oh, if he's just guaranteed to be heading over to WWE, I don't think any of this would matter. And at one point, they were giving this guy all the exposure. They were putting him on their main shows. He was on Saturday Night Main Event for John Cena's last match.
Right.
They were treating this guy like he was one of the future guys for this company right alongside Javon Evans. They gave him the AJ Styles match on this show.
They did. That's right.
And so I thought, oh no, he's heading right over there. He's going to be on NXT. This might as well get ready. But some of the stuff I've seen since then, I don't think it's as guaranteed as we thought. And now, I don't think that this means for sure, like, oh, there's no way he goes over there. He still could, but it's not looking like a certainty like I thought it would. Like, because at one point I was like, oh yeah, he's not going nowhere. He's going to get out of this contract and head right to Stanford. But now, I don't know.
Wow. I didn't know, like, Leon Slater is one of my favorite young prospects. Like, of course, have you guys seen him wrestling? He's a Righteous Reg style wrestler to the T. And I thought I was of the perception that he was going to go to WWE. So I was like, man, never going to see this guy wrestle. But now that there's a possibility that he's going to be somewhere else, I am very excited about the future. But yeah, TNA being petty and going against their own good to service someone else. Who's surprised about it?
Odd choice. Very odd choice, but I don't know. If you ask me, the idea of a potential Leon Slater match at Wembley Stadium at some point, I would like to see it.
Huh. Yes.
We could be jumping the boat. I mean, we started this year with me feeling pretty confident. Hey, man, look like AJ Styles want to go somewhere else. And now every time, and he's reiterated it twice now, guys, this Kenny Omega match is never going to happen. And every time I feel like I just want to crawl back in bed and like pull the cover over my head. Like, I know, like, stop saying it. Like, we already know. I
We
heard you, man.
know, yeah. Why does he have to say
Stop
it out
saying
loud?
it.
Then
Come
I
on.
saw the clip this week. Phil, I don't know if you saw it of his son hitting the spiral tap, and I was like, well, we're dead. He's never coming to AEW. We're out of here. Wrap this up.
I wasn't surprised when I saw that for a specific reason because it matched with something somebody told me a few weeks ago, and I was like, yeah, I see it. I see it.
Listen,
can't,
I think if I know WWE is now like, have you seen Dominic Mysterio? Do you want that same thing? Come on over here. Or stay
yeah.
over here.
Yeah, somebody told me something, and I hadn't considered it, and I see it. I'm sorry, guys. I can't tell you exactly what I was told because then I would have to explain who I heard it from, and like. But yeah, I saw it, and I was like, wait, I didn't even think about that. And I saw that video. I was like, ooh, I see. All right. Well, I have to give up my dream because that's what it's like when you're an adult. Don't grow up and be an adult because it's a trap. You have to give up all your dreams, and all these things that you think are going to be fun are going to go away. And I thought maybe we would get this AJ Osprey match this year. We're never going to get it, guys.
There's eventually going to be a world where WWE is just all second generation people, like Triple H and Stephanie's kid. I think one of their daughters is training. Like Shane McMahon's, I'm sure one of his kids are going to eventually be like, it's all just going to be that in WWE eventually.
I mean, the biggest star of the company is a second generation wrestler.
Yeah.
And arguably the second biggest star in the company, also second generation wrestler. So it's just what it is.
Yeah. But yeah, AJ Styles, that dream's dead, man. At least in, like, I felt the vibes on Sunday, Phil, with Samoa Joe wrestling Will Ospreay. Like, at least we got AJ Styles Jr. to kind of have those vibes, but not totally the same.
Yeah, man. Listen, when we eventually get Becky and Seth's kid against Montez and Bianca's kid at WrestleMania,
Yeah.
it's just gonna be what it is, man.
I was laughing thinking with the last GCW show before the LA show before Vegas, they were doing the angle with Joey Janela and Brody Jr. and Amanda, and I was watching it next to shout out to the homie Starboy Charlie, and I was like, damn, one day it's gonna be you and Brody Jr. at WrestleMania. Isn't that crazy? And we had a big laugh. But it's like, it's so crazy that like that's where wrestling is moving to. And shout out to, did you see that report about WWE ID? Like, we have to call him Chaz Hall now in West Coast Pro because they said you have to go by this name in independent wrestling, even if you're independent wrestling, Phil, and hate it. Because in West, we were still calling him Starboy Charlie. That's his name.
I still don't know what the benefit of WWE ID is. If he can't just be Starboy Charlie and West Coast Pro, what is the benefit of that? I don't know. But I hope this works out for. I almost called him Charlie. Chaz.
Chaz.
Hope this works out for him. Brody, man, the more and more I see of this kid, very funny kid.
Hilarious.
Yeah. And there's no way this guy is not going to spring up to be like 6'3" or something. Because his dad was what, like 6'8"?
Big guy. Every time I see Brody, he's taller. So you're 100% right.
There's no way he's not going to spring up one day and have this big growth spurt and probably be like 6 foot or 6'3" or something. And once he fills out the frame and everything, he's out of here, bro.
It's over. I always wonder, I'm like, did AEW lock him into a contract? Because brother be at Natty's house every week.
I have my prediction, and some people won't like it. But I don't think your prediction about what could happen is that far off.
Listen, game is the game, and I'm not even mad at it. If that's how they sold AJ Styles on staying, and they were like, look, I know you got kids, and I know they want to work, and we'll let them work. Yeah, of course. Dad's going to be first, Phil. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
Busby also says, also, Torre is the biggest Drake hater. I think I don't hate enough. No, I don't.
I think you.
I think
I think that you hate him more than Torre does, and I've seen some of these Torre videos. I definitely think you hate him
Definitely.
more. I don't know why you would think that anybody hates him more than you do. Probably the only person in the world that hates him more than you do is probably Kendrick.
That's it.
And like I said, I've seen some of these Torre videos. He be going OD with the hate. But I don't know. Torre is very funny. Have you seen the whole video where he talked about his experience with Mary J. Blige?
No, I haven't.
You have to see it. I cannot do this story any justice, but he talks about how he pitched the story on Mary, like I think like around her second album, and how he was saying like she's gonna be huge. We got to do a story about her. He was like a freelancer for New Yorker at the time, and he was like, yeah, they hooked me up with a limousine, and I was gonna get to do this whole feature on him. It's a very funny story. You have to.
And
You have to
Mary
watch
was
it.
wild back then, so I'm sure it was crazy.
Yeah, very good story. He also he's had a few clips on his channel where he talked about Homegirl, the doctor chick that doesn't really have a doctorate.
Yeah.
And those are pretty funny. Man, Torre is a legend, bro. Like talk about a guy that has been around, that has been done like so much as a journalist, as a media guy. Like when we're talking about the Hove and Nas thing, like he was there. He interviewed both of them. He interviewed them both separately at points in their career. He was the guy sitting between them, interviewing them together. Like who in the world outside of a select few people can be like, I interviewed Nas and Jay right after they mended everything. Like that's huge.
That's a wild stat on his resume, dog, of like that interview and like so many more. He's been a part of a lot of iconic hip hop moments, and like, what a life.
There's that great clip of him interviewing R. Kelly, and he's like, do you date underage women? And he stops and's like, well, define underage. And I was like, yeah, see, I would have ripped my mic out and like, enough. Enough. Cut these cameras off. I stop.
Turn the cameras off and also call the authorities. Get this guy out of here.
Yeah. 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 Probably the second best R. Kelly interview meme. Nothing is gonna beat. Y'all killing me with this shit, man. Robert.
Where would I learn the hog tie?
Where would I learn to do these things? This is my life, man. Robert,
definitely number one.
number one for sure, man. But I remember watching that Torre and R. Kelly interview live and just being like, yeah, no, this guy did it. And I mean, I'm from Chicago. The rumors about him have been circling for a very long time. That interview happened, and I just said, yeah, no, he did it. There's no way.
Oh, God. What a sick individual. Joseph Molina says, Takeover forced Nas to get out of his Uchiwali phase. Yeah, that was...
And he did, in fact, had the worst verse on that song.
Jesus. That's when things were bad. It's like, well, this guy made Illmatic, like my favorite rap album of all time. Why is he doing this? And Jay-Z got him out of that.
I'm so glad because he's made some great music since then. You could tell I think he was bored to a degree, but then he was also in a contract, and the landscape of rap was changing. It went from this era of boom bap that he started in the early 90s, and then it got through the shiny suit era, and like
they watched Tupac and Biggie die in that little amount of time, and they had to like adjust. Maybe he was seeing that and being like, I'm not trying to be dead. Like there's so many things that are like connected to those moments.
Yeah, there's clips of him and Jay talking about like what made them decide to end it, and like the whole story about them meeting at Baseline or the restaurant. The story changes. Some people are saying like they met in a back room at Nobu, and just even everything about it is just fascinating, man. Like,
It is.
I'm surprised we haven't had like a big documentary about either of these
Right.
guys on the scale of like the Tupac documentary that's been in movie theaters. Like,
Yep.
because there's so much material there for Jay, especially. Like, there's a ton of material
Totally.
you can get into, and there's a bunch of stuff that people don't know because he's so private.
I'm surprised after what was his book called?
Decoded.
Code, yeah, Decoded. I thought after that, because like some of the stories, I'm like, this could be a documentary, a movie, or something. I know that after when BET was doing those miniseries with New Edition and Bobby Brown and all those, that they were working on one for Nas, a 4-part miniseries. I remember them working on.
It was going to be like a movie. Like they were going to cast somebody to play him.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We haven't had never come out.
And I feel like we're a few years removed from like a big boom period of like hip hop biopics. I mean, we've had some big ones. We've, of course, like Notorious, Straight Outta Compton, the Tupac one that I refuse to watch because I just
you haven't seen it? All Eyes on Me.
I refuse to watch it, man.
Horrible, god awful.
It don't look good. You're never gonna top Resurrection either. It's such a great documentary, and like that's it. You don't have to do. And we've had some great Tupac documentaries. I just don't think we need a movie. Like and every time they cast him, it's bad.
There was a show on USA, I think, where they got into it. That's better than like watch that instead of watching All Eyes on Me. All Eyes on Me is like if Lifetime got the rights to do a Tupac movie, and like that's not. What are we? Yeah. What? Why are we doing this? It's just not good.
But I do feel like we're like a few years away from getting like this big successful hip hop biopic, and it's going to kick off like a bunch of them because it's so successful. I'm surprised Straight Outta Compton didn't do it. But I feel like it's inevitably going to happen because you've got so many rappers. Like, I mean, an Outkast movie I think would do very well.
Outkast movie is hard. That's another one. After they had that documentary on Netflix, I'm like, again, this could maybe spawn something. I know Snoop just maybe this week was talking about he's getting ready to cast his, like he's about to get into that. But I'm like, Snoop, people might not like Snoop after they hear the full story. So it's like, it depends on how these things are laid out, you know?
Sometimes it's like that. And I was surprised because Lakeith played him in Straight Outta Compton, right? And I was surprised they didn't go with Lakeith and do something after that.
Yeah, me too. I gotta watch Straight Outta Compton again. That is hilarious. Straight Outta Compton is a really good one, though. It's definitely up there as far as biopics go.
That paints this great picture of Dre. That it's not quite the truth, and by not quite the truth, it's a lot of finesse to make this guy look good.
Dre was this great family man, and I'm like, if that's the story you guys are telling, I guess.
Yeah, the end of the movie with him finally getting the nerve to leave Death Row, and he has that. What's next for you? Aftermath. Like, I don't think that's how that went, but great movie though. How he made sure to make it seem like he made up with Eazy-E before he died, and man,
they missed that Aftermath album before the Chronic 2001 album that nobody gave a fuck about. It's like there's a couple of things in there you guys skipped over, but it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean it painted this great picture of Ice Cube as well that isn't entirely true either.
They made it shiny, but that's what you got to do on the wider scale, you know? They made it shiny.
Yeah.
Got us Ice Cube Jr. Shout out to O'Shea Jackson Jr.
He's great in that movie.
He was great. One of the shining stars of that movie, honestly. The homie Van Toomblay said, just got out of The Sheep Detective, 7 out of 10 movie. But beyond that, Kevin Knight is a bum. Hold on, Van Toomblade. Also, Takeshita out here conglomerating and love that.
Just had to put him in another faction. You could just walked alone, but we got to put him in another
faction. What is that? Why do you have to? What is AEW's fascination with? Like, I was always when people say they're so faction based. I usually like shut up. But like recently, I'm like, it doesn't have to be every single person ever in a faction. What's going on here?
They do it every time. I don't know. You can leave some of these people out of factions.
they're starting to have like a pattern of tropes. It's like you win a championship and then you challenge for another championship. You go heel and you join this other faction, or you go face and you join a faction. It's like, huh?
Yeah.
The homie Young Odell says, with very generous super chat, Reggie Simmons, not Reggie Simmons, but what's that name? Agree with y'all on AEW women needing more. This stat Sheeta feud is gonna do a lot for both women, provided TK lets them flesh out and give them time on the mic in front of a crowd like Tony Mariah before them. Yes, there was times when Tony Storm was dominating. Phil, she was on every single show, and they put a mic in her hand, and even her residuals, people that are in the feuds with her, are getting mic time. And like, there's no other, like, people in feuds with Tekla don't also get mic time. It's like Tekla gets the time, and then you maybe get some time. It's like everybody has to be put on the same playing field. It's frustrating. Joseph Molina says, Nostradamus was so bad, I use a CD as a drink coaster. Woof.
Nasty Nostradamus, go to Eston. Wow, what a bad. Oof,
Nostradamus. They were like, yeah, this is a hit. Put it out there, dog.
Nasty Nust. Ooh, that was awful.
Oh, man. And a GOAT, too. One of the greatest of all times. But listen, they all can't be hitters.
Hey, man. There are a lot of artists I like that have had a bad album or multiple bad albums. It happens.
It's hard to make an album, you guys.
Chance has been trying to come out from under that bad album for years at this point. They will not let him. They won't let him live.
He put out a good album, and they were still like, "What about your bad album?"
Yeah, I mean, the album wasn't good, but yeah.
Sometimes you can't escape. You can't escape. Ben Sifner says, I don't see the WNBA ever approaching the popularity of the NBA, but that doesn't mean it's not worthwhile and can't continue to grow. This obviously applies to wrestling, in my opinion. Yeah, that's the funny thing. I was just talking to somebody about a Bay Area sports, because Valkyries are killing it. We're somehow getting, I didn't even know they had these leagues, a women's football league and a women's hockey league. They're getting teams in the Bay Area, and I'm like, women's sports are shining. They're competing. Yeah. They're great. Everybody loves it. Wrestling doesn't reflect that. Even when it was like going down, when Ronda Rousey was super popular and the women's evolution in sports generally was happening, wrestling never really caught up to that. And I still feel it's kind of the same way. WNBA is dominating. Like, why aren't WNBA players sometimes featured? Why isn't there some kind of crossover? Why aren't there all these things that women contribute globally in sports, but it's not reflected in wrestling?
I think WWE in particular should have featured somebody from WNBA by now. Yep. Jade played basketball.
Dog.
It was right there.
Didn't Lash play too?
Yeah. It's right there. I don't know why they haven't done it yet, but I mean, they tried to really start pushing women's wrestling forward right after 2014, 2016. That's when they really started pushing it. And that was right around that time when Ronda was killing it in UFC. So, things definitely changed. Wrestling has progressed forward in some ways with women. It just still has some work to do. That's all.
Just move back to. There's a couple steps backwards.
Yeah. But I kept saying, and now the moment's gone, I kept saying AEW is doing all of those shows here at the same arena where the Chicago Sky played. And I was like, Angel Reese should be at one of these shows, guys. Mm-hmm. It's Chicago. Mm-hmm. You're at the same arena. Now it's gone. Moment's passed. She don't play here no more.
Yeah, I remember. What was that, like 2 years ago, maybe? You're saying it's been a time. I remember you texting in a couple different group chats saying, like, why wasn't this happening?
This should happen. I kept saying, look, man, you guys are going to be at Wintrust. That's where the Sky play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't be knowing nothing.
Who y'all got tonight between the Spurs and the Thunder? Game 7, baby. This is some good basketball going on here, Phil. It's been pretty back and forth. Both teams are playing pretty tough, but again, the bench, it's going to be hard for me to go against the bench of the Thunder. and I can't.
I think OKC is going to win.
Mm-hmm.
And people are going to be very unhappy with that because they've made OKC the villain of this year's playoffs.
They have.
But there's something about Game 5 and the way that Wemby played in Game 4 and then they came out Game 5. And I thought the Spurs' youth really showed in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And Wemby just looked really tired in that game. And it's like,
did.
oh, if in order for them to win this series, he's got to play up to a certain level every game.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that he can keep that up. And I mean, Game 7 is in OKC. I think OKC is winning, guys. And I think we're definitely heading towards New York Knicks versus OKC. The Knicks have been having a blast. And look, man, salute to all of my Knicks fans in our chat, the Knicks fans I see on Twitter, friends that are Knicks fans. You guys have been suffering for a long time. I understand as somebody that has been a fan of a team that has been bad for a long time. I don't think the Knicks are winning a championship, guys. And I know a lot of people are going to be mad at me, but I don't think they're going to win. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if you guys have to face OKC in the finals, I don't know, guys.
Don't tell this to no New Yorkers though, Phil. They already celebrating like they won.
I don't know. A Knicks Spurs series would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I would love it if Wemby won. Big fan of Wemby. Big fan of De'Aaron Fox. Man, Dylan Harper is incredible for a rookie, man. Of course, his dad is a multiple-time champion. I believe his mother's a champion too. His mother played basketball. Man, Stephon Castle, they got a great team for Spurs. And I mean, both of these teams are great. I would be mad at either of these teams moving forward, but it does feel like it's going to be OKC.
Mm-hmm. Gotta be okay. Not to gotta be OKC. I think it's going to be OKC.
I think so too. I mean, I would love it to see Wemby get his first finals appearance and see if they can pull it out. But I don't know, man. They look young, man. You could see OKC has the experience. You could see OKC has been there. They know how to win. And
when they start smothering Wemby and getting him all off guard and staying on his ass, like it shows.
Yeah, and they keep falling because I've seen people getting upset because they're playing Wemby physical. Yeah, that's going to happen. You're a star player, and this guy, it looks unstoppable. Yeah, they're going to play this guy physical, and they're not even playing him as physical as I've seen players play other star players like in the 90s or early 2000s. This is nothing.
This is nothing. Take a little forearm to the side, a little elbow to the gut.
Like they're grabbing, they're holding him. They are playing him physical, but like this is really kind of nothing. I hate to say it because I'm not a big fan of the guy, but they played LeBron more physical. They played Giannis more physical. They definitely played Jordan more physical.
1000%. Shout out to the guy, though. That would be dope if he won. Tenruza says, Fed really is MAGA Fed. How you know? In the mud. What they do now? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I remember what they did now.
Yeah, that report that Trump is a shareholder.
Yeah.
I did. That was the other thing. I felt bad for Knicks fans when Trump was like, yeah, maybe I'll go to one of these Knicks fans. I was like, ooh, no. The one thing that's going to get some people to root against the Knicks is this guy showing up and saying he's a Knicks fan. Oh, no. Knicks fans do not need that.
They do not need that push. They do not need that extra anything that's going to come along with that. Oh, bad idea. Bad sign.
Yeah, I would. Sorry, Knicks fans, but if I seen this guy rooting for them in that crowd, I'm going to be like, yep, these guys got to lose, man. I don't want to see this guy take credit for this and be like, no. And I know he's a New Yorker. I know, but still, no, I do not want to see that.
Stinks and sucks. You're going to watch UFC at the White House?
Absolutely not. I don't watch UFC like that anyway. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Nasty. A lot of nasty going on. Nitro Dust says, what do you think they are planning for Mercedes? I was thinking nothing but big matches, special attractions like Kaminati and Utami Siri and Kanji.
Yeah, I think you had it right the first time. Kamatani.
Yep.
I just think you
Kamatani.
spelled it incorrectly.
Oh,
there.
my bad. Yeah,
But it's
yeah. That's what I
Kamatani.
thought.
Yeah, I would like to see her get a big match at Forbidden Door. It sure seems like that's probably gonna be the Owen Hart Cup Finals. She put her IG out, her IG story, and she's been hinting here and there. I definitely think we'll be seeing her next week.
Yeah, I think they're planning to put her in this Owen and probably win it, which is not what I would do. But like they're telling us they only tell stories a certain way. I'm like, if Mercedes comes back as the wild card, like how would she not win with how they book?
Yeah, if she's in Owen, I definitely think she's winning.
Mm-hmm.
That make her the first back-to-back winner. I don't know how I feel about that, especially when I would have liked it if it was going to be Athena, but more and more the way I see that they're using Athena so far on TV, the more and more I kind of feel like she's getting ready to lose.
Yeah. Yes, because whenever we talked about it, maybe on the post show or the pod last week, of like kind of how she's presented on TV is going to tell us a lot about what it is. And seeing how she was presented, I was like, oh, I see. I understand. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we want to be so wrong about Athena, but like,
I want to be wrong about a lot of things, guys. I don't think I'm wrong about this one.
Want to be wrong so bad. The homie Ted Ruza says Austin Gunn teasing a full Bang Bang Gang in All In. Jay White. I think White returns at All In a casino gauntlet. Who else you want to see in that? Both men's and women's.
I hope we see Jay White. He is very much missed.
How long has it been?
He's been out for over a year at this point, right?
Shit.
I don't know how far she is away, but given she debuted in that, I would like to see Ruby Soho.
Mm-hmm. I think Ruby would be a welcome addition back to this women's division. Yeah, Jay White, I'm on the same boat as you, Tenruza. Where is he? Like, I'd like to see him back. I think he still, fills a role, and having the dogs and those guys back, I think some fun stuff could happen over there.
Yeah. Yeah, Tony Kyrie's a good shout too. Would like to see her show up. Mm-hmm. I mean, even if it's just something like Shuri last year, if we could get Utami, I would love to see that.
Absolutely.
I would love to see Utami as many places as possible at this point.
Mm-hmm. Diff. The homie Unc Donk says, who do you prefer to face Osprey at All In? MJF, Max, or Mox, or Kenny?
Kenny.
They're
planting the seeds, and the fact that the Redemption announcement is a Canada pay-per-view, because that's why I thought with the last pay-per-view, Revolution was in Canada, and I thought, oh, Kenny's winning, and then when he didn't, I was like, oh, well, whoops. Well, sorry, Dynasty. Dynasty was in Canada.
Right. And I didn't know they were going to go back to pay-per-view in Canada again, so kind of a thing. But yeah, Kenny Omega and Ospreay feels like
the name of it is Redemption.
Yeah, they're trying to tell a story. They're trying to tell a story. But yeah, that has to be the match. I wouldn't be shocked or surprised or anything if Max ended up in the All-In main event, but he shouldn't.
Yeah, we got a few more super chats, but yeah, in this AEW aftermath after Double or Nothing, really good pay-per-view, got a lot of good buzz around it. I thought the show started very well.
Mm-hmm.
Started with the Kevin Knight promo. I thought that was a great spot to put Kevin Knight in. He ended the night at Double or Nothing, got the big turn on Darby, and I liked the promo. I liked the exchange between him and Speedball. I thought all of it was good. And just stuff, stuff backstage. Because initially, when he turned at the pay-per-view, I said, oh, okay. the crowd isn't really booing it like I thought they were gonna boo it, given it was a very long show. So we'll see. He got a very good heat on Dynamite
He
instead.
did.
So I was like, okay, we might be working with something. I thought his promo was good, like I said. The backstage stuff he did with Max, I liked it because he continued to say, I didn't do anything for you. This was Darby wasted his opportunity. You know, I told him, if you're going to go and get this match, you better win that championship back. And so, no, none of this about you. This is about Darby wasting his opportunity. I love that he keeps calling himself the Jet in first person. I think that's a great note. The exchange with Kyle Fletcher, also good. When Don Callis came in there, I got up and I was like, you keep this guy away from Kevin Knight. I do not want to see him in the Don Callis family. Keep this guy away from Kevin Knight. Don't do it. I know the temptation is there. Don't do this. Do not add him in here to another. I know, please no. And the sales pitch and everything, and Don slithering around. I was like, no.
I will, if you guys want to hear Righteous Reg yell, scream, cry on a stream, let Kevin Knight join the Don Callis family. What in the that would be one of the absolute worst decisions that has ever happened in wrestling at this point. I think we saw that Kevin Knight could get some heat. He got it by himself this week. Adding him, if the Don Callis family wasn't 250 people, I think it would work. But just becoming another guy in that group is not going to do anything for Jet specifically. I think there are guys that would benefit from being in there, but them teasing Don Callis, him being a Don Callis family member, turn me off, brother. I don't want that at all. 0%.
No. And it was like I had the realization and everything. I was like, oh no, he needs a replacement for Takeshita. Kevin Knight has a belt. I was like, no, please no. And
sucks.
Again, like everything else they did backstage, like the exchange between him and Fletcher, the Max exchange, even when he walked past Swerve and Swerve just acknowledged, like, did what I told you to do. Great. Please don't put him in Don Callis family. Please. Don't do this.
Gonna be such a bad idea if this happens. Don't do it. Please don't.
Yeah. I hope that's not where we're going, guys.
God, I didn't think about the Takeshita replacement thing. I'm
telling you, there were things that I noticed when it was happening, and I said, oh no, don't do this. Yeah.
Damn, they're slowly walking us into it too, Phil. Fuck. I didn't even think, like, that wasn't even in my brain because they've been teasing this Kevin Knight thing for a few months. I didn't think, well, if he goes heel, then he'll just be in Don Callis family. Like, it doesn't even, they're not even in the same gang. Like, what sense does this make? I'm confused.
Yeah, I've been trying not to be negative about certain things on Dynamite that are not for me at this point. And I think there are things about the Don Callis family that I do like. But I just continue to wonder, what is the end game? Like, where is this headed? If, like, because at one point it felt like the main reason for it to exist was to get us to Takeshita Okada. And they dragged that out for as long as possible. And then we finally got it. Now, where is this going? Like, there's so much with this faction where it continues to kind of go in this circle. Like, that was kind of my issue with why we ended up back with the Don Callis family versus the Elite again in Stadium Stampede. Why are we doing this again? Why haven't we completely moved on from this? Like, when does Don actually get any comeuppance for anything? Like, what is the end goal? Where does this end? Like, where do you eventually start moving some of these people on? And I get why Fletcher turned heel. I thought the Fletcher heel turn at Double or Nothing was good. I wasn't one of those people that thought, okay, Takeshita and Fletcher are going to take off on their own and be baby faces, maybe be a tag team. I always figured Fletcher could stay. I don't have a problem with that. But there's some wrestlers you've been teasing things with, and what's the end goal? Like, you've been teasing things with Andrade, and Andrade not being the biggest fan of this stuff. Where is it going? Because Andrade don't need to be in this group.
He doesn't at all. Like, it keeps confusing me because before Don, like, even now how he kind of runs the ship, like Don Callis has all these guys, then he'll just like get on commentary to add heat or whatever. But it's like, what's going to happen? Jake Doyle just came back this week. Shout out to the homie Jake Doyle. Like, they keep adding on. They got heavy hitters in the faction, Phil, but it kind of feels like they're just matches for people for the babyface to win. Like, oh, we need a big match for this babyface this week for Brody King or for this person, and like, oh, send out a Don Callis guy. They're the heels in this group, and it's like, it has to be more than just they're the heels in AEW.
Yeah, it's just where is this eventually going? I just don't see it. And I've seen some of the Denise quotes. Denise on the beat, shebang. All of this Death Rider shit is ass. Where does it go? Nowhere.
Yeah, she hates Death Riders and Donna Callis family, so she be having a bad time.
Yeah, I'm at this point where I'm just like, you got to figure out what you're doing with the Don Callis family, because it's just like he continues to collect wrestlers, and then what?
Nothing.
What's the story?
This is going to be the most egregious if it happens, though, Phil. I'm screaming. I'm yelling. I'm throwing stuff.
I'm very concerned about that part about it. And the other part that was a bit concerning is they immediately announced the speedball match for next week. And I thought, okay, when he turned, you were going to do more with the speedball turn, because you did the speedball turn and everything, and I thought, okay, great, you can continue to build on this. Maybe that's going to be like the big TNT title match at the upcoming pay-per-view, maybe something. But the fact that they're already doing it next week isn't a great sign to me, because that kind of tells me this isn't the long-term plan, and I could be wrong. But just the way it was done, it doesn't really fit the usual wrestling tropes about how they build a feud that's going to keep going.
Right.
Because they usually don't give you the match right away.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the story's going to be about Speedball and Jet. It feels like he's going to just finish that part of turning heel and move forward, you know?
Yeah. Again, hope I'm wrong about that. Hope I'm wrong about all of this stuff that it looked like they were setting up. I don't know. I have my concerns. I think that Speedball and Jet can have a good feud. I think that Jet has potential as a heel. Just those two concerns I noticed, and I was like, maybe I'm bugging. I don't think it was so funny, because more than one person tweeted me or messaged me and was like, "Yep, there's the turn." I was like, I thought the turn was pretty obvious. Some people thought he wasn't going to turn on Speedball, which also was fairly obvious to me.
What?
But the other stuff that I'm noticing, I was just like, but the other stuff I really liked was the backstage segment with MJF. Sorry, not MJF, but Ospreay and Kenny Omega. Because if you've been one of those people that are like, that's the money match for All In, it feels like we're officially in the build to that now. This is the second backstage segment that they've done like this with those two, and it's really compelling stuff. Kenny is just being like, "Say, what are you doing? This Death Rider stuff? Why are you hanging out with those guys? You can't trust those guys." And he has good reason to feel that way, of course. And he's just like, "Well, why didn't you come to me?" And Ospreay made a great point. Well, you're never here. Like, I needed your help, and you're never here. And then some of the stuff he was saying, like, look, man, I support whatever you're doing, but just be careful. And Mox links in behind him, and he was like, "Oh, that's a good point. You shouldn't trust people." And I was like, "Oh, this is great," because I didn't even make the connection. The person that ended Mox's first title run and started the belt collector thing was Kenny Omega. That was Kenny Omega's big heel turn. I completely forgot. Mox has many reasons to still not trust Kenny Omega.
I mean, Mox coming into AEW, his whole thing was beating Kenny Omega's ass. Like the whole thing to start it was like, I'm kind of different than what you guys think you're going to present on this show, specifically what Kenny Omega is going to try to present on this show.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Shane Monster, great line. We all have our skeletons, is what Mox said. And I was like, ooh. Very, very well done. I didn't even think about that part of it. Yeah, because you're looking at it like there's two schools of thought here. If you're Ospreay, you're really coming in here and you're supposed to be the second coming of Kenny Omega, a guy that came from Japan, that had to run here, and we're not going to put everything on your back. But at the same time, as much as you can say this is Kenny Omega's company, Mox is the ace of this company. It's like, you want to be like this guy, an ace in name only, or do you want to do the work and be like me?
That is a really dope element to this, of Mox being like, this guy just keeps talking. I'm out here doing. It's like, you could keep listening to this guy and telling these stories and folklore, or you could be on the ground getting these championships and making it happen. I love that. My favorite part of this, though, was Ospreay being like, well, I can't go to you. You're not here every week. And Kenny being like, well, I can't be here every week. And Ospreay being like, well, why not? Like, what do you mean you can't be every week? We all want you to be here every week.
Yeah, because we do. And he made a great point afterwards in response of like, I'm not the same guy anymore. You're not the same guy anymore. We can't keep acting like we're the same wrestlers anymore. And he's right. But this is what makes Mox's point. And he didn't even say a bunch. But all of these things started replaying in my mind since he said we all have skeletons, because Mox can easily say, I won the championship fair and square when I won it the first time. When I won it the second time, I won it fair and square. I didn't have to cheat to win. Kenny cheated to win the first time. And when he couldn't cheat, he didn't win it again. He's in the situation he's in because he couldn't beat Max. I didn't have to do all of this. I've been a 4-time AEW World Champion. The only time this guy has stood at the top of this company as the champion is when he cheated me out of my belt.
Yes. That was great. Yeah, see that thing, like, how could you even think that Ospreay and Omega is not the money match here? Like, I understand Max kind of looming. He's the champion right now, where it's going. But, like, the story that they've told with these two little segments that they've had in the back during a pay-per-view have meant so much to the story.
Absolutely. And just, the parallels between Kenny and Ospreay's careers, what it would mean for Ospreay to beat Kenny. Their feud before this, not leaving that part out, how great their feud was when Ospreay first came in. There's so much history here that you can rely on. The comparisons between Ospreay and Hangman as well, and Hangman having to get past Ospreay last year to get where he was going, and this time around, Ospreay's road up through the Owen and possibly having to see Kenny Omega as champion down the line. There's a lot there that I really like. The interesting bit about it with Max is, if you make the comparison for business reasons and where we've seen this with other companies, the biggest show of the year and the champion being a draw for this company, being successful for this year, based on everything Max has done in 2026, he has a pretty strong argument that he should be the champion going into All In.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, when you really lay it out, it's like, oh, well, when you look at like all the big matches he's had, the business he's done, the gates that they've had this year. Now, it's not, of course, he's not responsible for all of that. You can't give him credit for all of it. But regardless, he's been champion.
He's on top. Mm-hmm.
He's been on top when all of this is happening. For that reason, you can make a strong argument that, yeah, he should be champion going into All In.
Right.
The Kenny match is just more interesting to me, though.
That's it. That's all.
The matchup is more interesting. Of course, like what we've seen of their feud, like absolutely. If you give me the option, do I want another Kenny Ospreay match? Yes. 100 times yes.
On the biggest stage, Wembley Stadium, title on the line, like that's gonna make it even higher. After these segments we continuously get and the stuff we're gonna get going into there, just seems like the more intriguing match. But that is why I said I wouldn't be surprised at all if Max is in this main event somehow, because he has worked hard, he has earned this spot. He is, when you look at the great business that AEW has been doing, his name is at the top. He was champion for a lot of that stuff, so it's hard to deny him that. But like this story, man, started with Kenny and Ospreay years ago, years and years and years ago, before AEW was even a thing. And like now them finally they could pay it off with the world title match in Wembley Stadium. Like, come on.
Yeah. My hot take in all of this as well, if Max does make it to Wembley as champion, I would prefer Swerve to win the tournament. I think that match is better. If it's Max as champion going into Wembley, Max versus Swerve is a much more interesting feud than Max versus Ospreay, in my opinion. And I don't think that's going to be the match. Based on everything we've seen, I have no reason to believe that's going to be the match. And if it's not, then yeah, just do.
It should be though. Shit.
That's what I'm saying. When you looked at the quarterfinal matches and just like how great Bandito versus Swerve was, I think that was match of the night on Sunday. And like I said, based on a lot of stuff they've done since World's End, there's a lot you could do with Max and Swerve at All In. I don't think that's the match. I've been saying for the longest, I feel like that's a money match.
It is.
If this is all about giving Ospreay his moment, though, I think the Kenny match is the way to go.
It does. And we've already gotten the Ospreay and Max match at Wembley Stadium before. They've already kind of told the story and built it up. I think wrestling is about heat, brother. Wrestling is about passion. Wrestling is about gray areas and fine lines. And I think Max and Swerve have that. And I think that would mean a lot going into this big pay-per-view, because you need some other kind of big style matches. And I wouldn't be mad at it at all. I think they have a collision course. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know what happened. I know there was some drama, but like they got to have this big match, dude. They have to.
No, I've been saying it since last year. That's the money match. I don't know where it happens, but I think that they should pull the trigger on that one. But that does raise the question: if Max is not champion going on All In, what is he doing at All In?
Because we haven't brought up like what's Darby's part in this. Like, if Swerve isn't a part, what's his part? You know what I mean? So there's so many like, if not this, then what?
Yeah, and see, that's the other thing that doesn't bode well for the Speedball thing that I've just thought about as well when I was thinking about it watching on Wednesday. I think the match is probably going to be Darby versus Kevin Knight at the pay-per-view.
Yep.
And yeah, I don't know. But yeah,
I mean, we still got like Kyle Fletcher, Okada. There's still some people that, you know, they could still make big matches out of this whole thing. But it's just interesting seeing what everybody's direction is going to be in a couple months.
Yeah, I do wonder though, if Max is not champion, what are you going to do with him? I mean, there's options, but I mean, you could make the Swerve Max match, the All In match, a non-title match. If you want to go in that direction,
yeah, that works still too. Just a grudge match.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just a grudge match. If Swerve's going to continue to be heel, I put quotes because fans aren't really super booing him. That's the most interesting thing because, like, there's a Kyle Fletcher match, but Kyle Fletcher's going to be heel too, so that wouldn't make a lot of sense. Or there's like an Andrade match, but Andrade's heel too, so you know what I mean? Like, where are we?
I mean,
It's the Don Callis family shit again. We're going right back to it, Phil. I think getting these guys out of there might make more sense.
But see, I think that the MJF Andrade match is a title match. The whole time, Andrade has been saying, "I want to be AEW World Champion." The whole reason he has any kind of tension with Max is because he wants to be champion.
Right. So they can't. It would make more sense for them to do the title match before we even get to All In.
So I'm saying, like,
what's Bandito gonna do? Bandito needs to be rewarded for having amazing matches this year too. I totally would put him on the All In card.
Yeah. Maybe they do the Andrade Max match at Forbidden Door.
Yeah, that makes sense. Andrade's doing the dual thing. He's working a couple of different promotions. That could work.
Yeah. I've seen people say maybe Max is going to be in the match. Is going to be a triple threat. I don't love doing a tournament for someone to be a contender just to make somebody else a participant in the match by not winning the tournament, because it kind of devalues the tournament. What's the point of using the tournament to name a number one contender if somebody else could just be added to the match?
Exactly. That's what in WWE land, that's what I hate when they have the Elimination Chamber after the Royal Rumble. It's like, well, what's the point of having that match when I could just wait to the next match to get a title match anyway? So it's like, yeah, it kind of devalues the thing if, like, Kenny Omega wasn't even in the tournament or something, but he ends up over there. Or so however that it kind of plays out. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't like that. And I mean, I think you could get some mileage out of a three-way, but I wouldn't be a fan of that.
Main event triple threat matches for me, they work. We've seen some great ones, but I just like the one-on-one. I think that it just means so much more, I think.
Yeah, I agree. We did get of course, a Max victory lap. Is about what you expected.
How'd you feel about Mark Briscoe confronting him?
I did wonder. I was like, oh, so we're back to the Mark Briscoe feud again. Right. I got excited at least when Rouge came out because I was like, okay, at least we're following that up, because I was confused because they've been building him up to be a contender. I thought he was going to challenge Darby for the belt, and they even made that announcement early in the night that he was going to challenge Darby, and I was like, wait, but Darby's not champion anymore.
Right.
And so, yeah, it makes sense. We're doing a Rouge MJF match next week. I was glad with that development, but I was looking around like, we're back to Mark Davis? But why?
They already had a feud. I didn't think this was going to be.
Sorry, Mark Briscoe. I said Mark Davis. Briscoe.
No disrespect to Mark Briscoe. We all love Mark Briscoe, and I'm sure the match will be fire, but it's like, I thought MJF got the belt back. We kind of were building to some things, like going back to a feud he already did as the last time he was champion. It's a little bit confusing.
And you've got more interesting matchups, like the Andrade matchup is there. You've got other opponents. Why are we going back to Mark Briscoe?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very confused by that, but
good for Mark Briscoe again. I love him. Big fan. I know the matches are going to be fire. But, like, that's not the Forbidden Door match, is it, Phil? That can't be.
I doubt it.
Yeah, right.
I think there's a strong chance it could be Andrade at Forbidden Door.
Yeah.
Especially because Andrade's IWGP Global Champion. He's got ties he's got ties to CMLL as well, so that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. He fills a good void over there.
Yeah. They did exactly what I thought. I chuckled at it because I said, as soon as we got the serviceable Ricochet and Jericho match, I was like, hey, I like that. That was good. Now move on. You did the one match. Ricochet beat him. Move on. They didn't. We got Stadium Stampede out of it. I laughed very hard at Dave's grade for it. Is that?
Mm-hmm.
It was like a little higher than I would have given it, but it was a fun match. But that was higher than I would have given it. So, but got a Stadium Stampede, and then we got a third match on Dynamite. And I was like, why are we still here? And
when they did that promo earlier in the night and Ricochet was talking about Chris Jericho, I was like, why is he talking about Chris Jericho right now?
of course, because Jericho did not pin Ricochet to win Stadium Stampede. Khan got pinned. And as Khan pointed out, yeah, those bums had to go 7v1 for us to lose. And Khan sacrificed himself, so Ricochet did not eat the pin. Nope, we're still doing this third match because Jericho is going to pin Ricochet. And that's exactly what happened. And I was just like, I don't know that we needed to do all of that to get back here. But I guess it was so funny. As soon as Ciampa came out and jumped him, there's one guy in the crowd that's like throwing his hands up and clapping the whole time. I feel like I was right there with that guy, like, get him, Ciampa, get this guy about it.
Ciampa beat his ass. Yeah, I thought that Jericho won the feud by winning Stadium Stampede. I thought that's what this was. So when next time
he pinned Khan.
They're like another match with Ricochet. I'm like, they're gonna do this to. Why are they doing this to Ricochet? And then the whole match, how it was structured, Ricochet's beating his ass for most of the match, and then there's a point where Jericho shouldn't have kicked out, but he kicked out, and I was like, this is not.
I already knew where it was going when I saw that the match was announced. I was like, oh, Jericho's winning, and that's exactly what we got. I said, yep, well. But yeah, it seems like the next feud, well, not even seems like, clearly the next feud is going to be Ciampa versus Jericho. That makes a ton of sense. Ciampa's been having great matches. I'm sure the matches will be good.
In 6 months when they're still in a feud, what are we going to say then?
I hope that's not what we're doing. I hope this doesn't turn into like a trilogy of matches.
Every feud doesn't have to be the same. There's 500 different matches and stuff, dude. And you don't have to get your wins back. None of that matters.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're moving forward with that.
Should be fun.
I think the matches are going to be good. Ciampa has been great. Ciampa has been in a conversation for me for Wrestler of the Year. Honestly, he's been great.
Yes, all of his matches have hit pretty hard.
Yep.
Looking forward to it.
They played up this Jack Perry stuff throughout the show, and we also got Claudio versus Brody King on this show as well. I thought that was great. But at some point when I looked at the bracket and I saw where this match was going, I was like, oh, so we're just doing all the rematches. We're doing the Jack and Mark rematch for Mark to win and to set up the rematch with Ospreay. That one, of course, makes sense because Mark Davis momentarily put Ospreay on the shelf. So you've got to bring that one back full circle. That was the reason why he started training with the Death Riders in the first place. So, yeah, you've got to bring that full circle in this tournament. But it's kind of strange that you set up this matchup for Jack coming out of his TNT title run where he had a rematch he had a rematch in the first round. And I thought, okay, maybe he's going to beat Mark Davis and move on. What are we doing? And Mark just beat him. And I was like, yeah, okay, I understand why. Sorry, national title. Sorry, not TNT title. Too many titles. But I understand why, again, because you got to close that circle of Mark Davis versus Ospreay. But I was like, why did we even make that the first round matchup
And then the other side's a bit confusing for me, too, because, like, we all know Swerve's going to move on, but they're setting up him and Brody King. And I'm like,
again, which is another rematch.
They're setting up Brody King just to lose again also. So it's like, wait, he's going to lose twice to Swerve? What's that? Swerve doesn't need 2 victories over Brody King.
Yeah, and like I said, it's another rematch. And I would understand why you were doing a rematch in that situation if, like, there was a story to call for it, but Swerve just beat Brody. Swerve beat him decisively. So why are we going back to it?
And then he's just going to beat him again. I'm like, what does that do for Brody?
He got a first round win over Claudio.
But when it comes to the dance, he can't win again. This is a story that AEW tells with guys like that, and we're going to have to eventually change that.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, Mikey V. The only reason the rematch could make sense is if we're not done with the Bandito feud, and he's going to do something to Brody in that match that is going to keep the Bandito feud going, and maybe we get a second match. And based on the first match, if you're giving me a second one, sign me up. Great. But otherwise, I don't really understand why they're going back to that.
Yeah, but I'm like, okay, what? He beats up Brody bad. Bandito's pissed off and tries to get revenge. When does he get revenge?
I don't know.
You know? So.
I don't know. Yeah, but that's also why I said from the beginning, I think the women's bracket is more interesting.
It is.
I feel like the men's bracket is it's pretty predictable. Like we know what the finals are going to be. And now given excellent finals, the match is going to be great. The story they're telling with both Swerve and Ospreay is great. The bracket's kind of not as interesting as I would have hoped this year, but it is what
just because the predictability thing, I think, mine than anything. Like, yeah, it's like that, but like we already got Swerve and Bandito, and that Ospreay and Joe match was awesome. So it's like the matches are gonna hit. So like, I guess the story's kind of playing a little secondary to that.
Joe lost his first round matchup and was like, "Well, guys, giving you guys the keys to the car. See you guys later." And I was like, wait, he just came back.
Leaving?
He just came back.
Bro said, all right, good one. Had that one with Ospreay. Gotta go. I was like, wait, what do you mean gotta go? Shout out to Samoa Joe going back to Twisted Metal again. Like having a hit show, Phil, like that's awesome for him, you know?
Yes. A good problem to have, I guess.
Yeah. It is. It is.
Just to have Jack lose that way in the first round, that was just a bit odd to me, especially because you did a whole video package for this show. You did a lot to build up Jack on this episode, and then he just lost in the main event to Mark again. And I was very confused by that. I was like, okay. And again, I understand why Mark is moving on. You have to wrap up that storyline with Ospreay. But if that was the case, why did you put Jack in this situation to lose? I don't understand.
We watched Jack run up the Rocky steps. They're doing montages, drinking raw eggs, and then just to lose. It's like, well, what? Why do we tell all this story for that? I'm kind of confused about this whole thing. But shout out to Mark Davis. He looks great out there.
And he just beat him clean, too.
He beat him clean. It wasn't even like cheating or anything. Like, I don't know, just some interesting way of it being booked here, Phil. That's it. That's all. Like, you should have just gave this slot to like a big hitter if they were just going to lose. Somebody that was going to put together some crazy ass match in the first round just to give them a little fanfare instead of just like kind of wasting the Jack thing, essentially.
What do you think of Jack's new bit with the lime green pants? That's like his new thing.
I mean, wearing the girl's pants, I'm not mad about it. He kind of looked like Sick Nick Mondo a little bit a couple times, so like that's also cool. But like, I don't know, I don't like it. I like this look before.
Very Cali Boy vibes. That's what I immediately got away from it. I was like, yep, this is I think the look works for him.
I still think Jack Perry hasn't found it yet. I think Jack Perry's
as a character
performer. As a character, I don't think he's found his thing yet. I still think like I love that he's just trying things, Phil. I love that he's still trying to establish that is, but I don't think he's found that this is me defined as character yet. And I don't know if he ever will, honestly. It's hard.
The matches are good.
Yes.
I mean, there was stuff he did in this match that I was like, yeah, he works better as a babyface.
Such a great baby face.
I think he's still got a good singles run in him that we haven't seen it yet.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, Luchasaurus got hurt. I think they had all of the means to have like his tag run, especially with who's holding the tag belt. And yeah, though both of those guys still have an axe to grind with Christian. You had some stuff you could have did there, but unfortunately, Luchasaurus got injured, and that's what kind of stopped it. But they're such a good tag team. That's what really halted this. And I don't think we'd be having the same conversation if Luchasaurus didn't get hurt.
Agreed. Because I think that's, if Jack Perry ever makes it to like the world title being the main event, it's going to be Jurassic Express helping him up along the way. It's going to be like a Kofi story of like not breaking up the New Day to get to the world title. It's like the New Day is going to help you get to the world title. And I think that's exactly what Jack Perry's story would be, of like Luchasaurus and Jurassic Express would help him get to even higher heights, being a part of that, getting to the world title.
Are you kidding me? There is a picture first perfect moment of Jack winning the AEW World Championship, if that ever happens, and he's like on Luchasaurus's shoulders holding the belt up, and Marco Stunt is like running around him like Shawn Michaels. That it's right there.
Yep. And I think that's always gonna loom in the background for Jack, which I think is a good thing. Like you got built-in stories kind of laid out. You've laid and planted seeds throughout your whole AEW career. It's just about getting to it.
Yeah. It is interesting because when you see like the initial press stuff for AEW, and most of the pictures it's Jack Perry, Britt Baker, the Elite, and it's
Nyla
like they always position
a lot.
Yeah, they always position Jack from day one as someone who was going to matter in this company, and you could see why. He just hasn't quite figured it out yet.
No. He's tried like 3 or 4 things since we've gotten here, but like the one defining this is it for Jack Perry, they haven't figured it out yet.
Hey, he's quirky. He's doing his bus thing and everything. It's so funny because there's so many things that he does outside of being Jack Perry as a wrestler that I think is fascinating and kind of hilarious. Like every time he has these little bits he does with Anna from her streams, I'm like, this guy is pretty funny in the most ridiculous way possible. And that's why I thought that he went the wrong direction as a heel, trying to do this like Raven-esque character. No, the move was being like this bratty, SoCal son of a celebrity guy coming out with leather jackets and being like, I don't need any of this. I'm already rich. I don't need this. And like, no, that was the move. You being like this petulant, bratty heel was the move.
Yeah, no, that's why the scapegoat thing never moved me. It's like, no, this guy, Luke Perry is his dad, dude. He grew up with 90210 money. He wasn't in the trenches fucking building shit. No.
Even when he grew the beard and everything with him, I'm like, no, you still have this like polish to you. That doesn't fit. You're trying to do this Raven-esque, like gritty, like underdog thing. That's not you. No, man. The Hollywood Jack thing was the way to go, man. Like this was it, man.
Still, even though like they're doing a lot of funny skits with like the bus and all this, but like this guy should be driving like a $500,000 car to the arena. You know what I mean? Like it should be like I'm this dog. I'm better than y'all.
Dude, you got it right there. You got the things that we all know about you, the things that we know beforehand. Like the scapegoat thing is too. Yeah, I just never cared for the scapegoat thing, but like. You being the son of a famous actor, you coming from money, you have a hot girlfriend and all these other things going for you, all things that make it easy for you to get booed in wrestling. Why did you play up those things? I never understood that. And now it's too late. Of course, we're now like trying to relitigate the fucking heel turn, but like I just never understood that. Like he's trying to come. He's trying to come out with this goat mask and all this stuff. Like, no, man. Like, just be like, you could have done so many different
wait,
things.
you're covering up the things that are gonna make people boo you. Hold on, take all that shit off.
Yeah, no, you coming in and leaning into it, everything, like, yeah, I was gonna say something else, but that's a conversation for a different day because I still think some of the stuff around the Punk stuff is divisive, but you got to understand for some people in this audience because they don't like Punk and they see him as the enemy to this company, you positioning yourself as the scapegoat and the guy that like was right in this situation, they're not going to boo that. They're going to cheer for that.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that fan base is like, no, Jack was always right.
Yep.
They don't want to boo that. But if you completely lean away from that altogether, because that stuff has a shelf life. The Punk stuff always had a shelf life. But if you lean away from that altogether, you're just like, man, I'm more famous than CM Punk.
Yeah,
God, man. Like my dad's Luke Perry. I feel like this bum don't. This guy's a star to you guys. I've been around real stars. That guy's not a star. That was the way to go. Like you didn't have to do any of this. Like, no, I was sent home because they made me the. No, man.
he could have came out and be like, I don't care about getting sent home. I have a big house and money and all this shit. I'm actually happy when they send me home. They're lucky to have me here. It was so easy. I don't know what they were doing. They had him in the back.
You could have did so many different things with that, man. Like,
but they'll figure it out eventually. Hopefully. Got to keep at it, Jack.
I think it'll eventually work out for him because he wrestles well, and the fan base wants to like this guy.
That's it.
And I mean, we saw it with the scapegoat thing. A lot of people wanted that to work because they like Jack, and he just hasn't quite figured out what the character is outside of Jurassic Express, and he could, but it's just a lot happening. Like you're trying to do the knife thing and like the rest of this stuff. Like there's one knife pervert in this company already. You're not gonna out knife pervert Jay White.
But this is exactly what we're talking about early with the women's division. Like Jack has had a bunch of times and he's gonna continue to get a bunch of he could try whatever he want and it's not like at a fault. It wasn't like, oh, you tried this one thing and it didn't work, you're fucked. Now it's like, no, if you have 10 more ideas, we're gonna try all 10 ideas.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He just seems like a guy even when you look back at the indie stuff and he was a part of like that big movie and everything, and how so when you look at all the stuff he's been next to coming out of Hollywood, like again, it was right there. Just play into being a Cali guy, and
I think they AEW maybe went a little too into the he's a wrestler's wrestler, and he's part of AEW, and we're serious about wrestling, when they should have been like, we got Luke Perry's kid, and he's kind of a little brat, but he kicks ass when the bell rings.
And I can understand why he wouldn't want to play into some of that stuff. But again, the wrestling crowd, it's notoriously, there are things that the wrestling crowd doesn't like. And I'm better than you because I'm richer than you. My girlfriend looks like somebody you guys will never end up with in your entire lives. All of that's it's easy. It's easy, low-hanging fruit. And I didn't understand why they didn't do it.
I was like, oh, all the things that Max does.
Sort of. Of course, it just played differently.
But like it's gonna hit harder for Jack because we know Jack does have it like that. Like Max, we're just going off of hearsay or what he believes what is going on. With Jack, we know where he comes from. We know what he did. We know what he's been involved in. I remember watching Jack in LA for one of the suburban fight shows before he got signed to AEW, and people been like, oh, that's Luke Perry's kid. But like His charisma, it's what you're describing when you see him on those streams, Phil. Like, he has a different type of charisma that I don't think really comes across on TV because he's trying to play serious wrestler all the time. And it's like, there's one element that if it shines through on TV, I think would really put him over the edge.
Yeah, he just, again, it's just this attitude to him. Like, he's just like, he's like, fuck you if you don't like the Young Bucks. Like, that stuff works, but it's like you gotta figure out a way to sell it better, and I don't think he's figured out a way to do that quite yet.
I mean, that's the wrestling conundrum right there, Phil. Everybody's trying to figure out how to sell it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it was a great post Double or Nothing show, but there was stuff that I really did like about it. Most of the Kevin Knight stuff I liked. The fact that we're getting Max versus Roosh coming out of this, very excited for that. That's probably going to be a good match because it's Roosh, and Roosh is completely out of his mind.
He is nuts. I like the promo that him and Max had at the top of the thing where he's just like, hey, I'm coming for that shit. Max being like, yeah, you kind of do deserve a title shot, but not tonight. Like, really good stories to be told. Excited about that match. I think they announced a pretty sick card for the show next week, so that should be dope. The main event, of course, Sheeta and Stat in a hardcore death match, as they say. We saw a fucking light tube, Phil. Like, we don't see a lot of light tubes on weekly AEW television.
Yes. Yeah, the women I thought killed it in the main event on Collision. Probably the best storyline they've got going with the women. Not even probably. It is the best storyline they currently have going with the women in AEW. Sheeta's come back and showed a lot of range as a character, as a heel. I've enjoyed this so far. Statlander is incredible. We talked about her early on. That kip up she did out of when she kicked out, so good. A lot of the elements they added with their dynamic together. These are two really day one AEW wrestlers. They've had a friendship for early on that was added here. Kicking out of the Falcon Arrow that way in itself was great because, if you don't remember, this was basically Sheeta's division. Sheeta was putting people away, and that when she was champion, she was putting people away. Yeah, and so for somebody to just kick out of the Falcon's Arrow like that, yeah, she should be stunned. Like, wait a minute, what's going on? That was great. The way that they used the kendo stick, and of course, kendo stick was used in the pay-per-view match. That was really the thing that changed everything. There's been a tension between them all this time. Who's going to turn first? Who's going to hit? Who's going to swing first? And Sheeta snatched Statlander's chance away to win the championship back at the pay-per-view with the kendo stick. And so when the kendo stick was introduced here at one point and Statlander just snaps it in half, like, get this out of here, and then starts stabbing her in the head with her and hits that crazy spot through the table. I thought that was fantastic. The end stretch of the match was really great. Yeah, again, Statlander, man. Statlander's so good.
Yeah, incredible talent. That tombstone through the table was wild. She just, I don't know. Her matches feel like the thing I describe on here all the time. One of my favorite things about wrestling. She wrestles with a sense of urgency that just, you can't teach that, as some famous wrestlers have once said. And it's like all of her matches feel like there's something about some little extra, like she's trying to go for, I don't know what it is, but she's an incredible performer. When the bell rings, she knocks it out of the park every single time. This is a great way to kind of reward these women for having this feud, for stepping up when the other women got injured and needing to kind of lead the way. These two women did it in an incredible hardcore match.
Yes. The big light tube spot that you said earlier, Stats back looked terrible, bleeding really bad. And of course, she had the picture of herself on the back of her shirt from her in the Blood and Guts match. I thought that was really funny. Yeah. Harley showing up at the end to help Statlander win, and then they walked off together. I was kind of confused by that. I was like, why did they do that? Okay. I guess the whole point of this was Harley making a point of, I'm really your friend. Sheeta was never your friend. I don't think that was that clear, but I guess that was the point.
Yeah, so they were saying in the chat that Harley wants Stat to train her, so that's part of it. But I feel like
Okay.
it wasn't really like it didn't add or take away from. I was more confused as anything because she didn't like help really. She just kind of walked in and was like, "Get her," and it's like,
Yeah, she slid another Kindle stick in there.
I
Yeah, also
guess.
Stat hurling that chair. I was like, what? Ow!
Some dangerous things happening out there. These women are really trying to show you. AEW women's death matches are always super dope. They just add something different and unique, and this was another one of those.
Absolutely. Yeah, so far so good. I think we got some good stories heading into next week. I assume we're getting Mercedes next week, and then the women's Owen is going to kick into the next level. But as of right now, it just kind of feels like arbitrary matches, which is, I mean, they're good arbitrary matches because the matchups we're getting are great. We
Absolutely
got Sari in here. We have Persephone. We got Hazuki. They're good matchups. It's just, I hate to be the where's the story guy, but when you have such a good story for the men, it's hard to not be like, where's the same kind of care for the women?
That's it. That's pretty much it. It's just like show a little bit more. It don't even have to be the same. You only have to be 50-50, but could it be like fucking 60-40 or 70-30? Right now it's like 90-10. And like this isn't a way that we should be doing this when we do have super talented women on the roster. It's going to be great to have Mercedes back. She's definitely been missed. You know, that's my favorite women's wrestler of all time. So I'm happy to see how she comes back and gets added into the mix and everything kind of surrounding that. So that's good.
Yeah. There are people in our chat that do not think it's going to be Mercedes. Are we both in agreement?
We're definitely both in agreement. I don't know who else who else would it be, Phil? That's not, because say it's anybody else. What story are they going to tell?
That's what I'm wondering, because it's pretty clear that if we're doing another match at Wembley, it's probably going to be a Mercedes match.
It has to be.
I mean, Mercedes, the first time we ever saw her anything AEW related, it was at Wembley Stadium.
Right.
Yes, she's had a Wembley match that they do not want us to talk about because they don't even talk about it anymore.
What match?
And then she had a great match last year at All in Texas.
Yep.
And it feels like, if we're going back to Wembley Stadium, we want to have a big Mercedes match here in some way. How else do you get to this Mercedes match if she's not in this tournament? And because initially I thought, okay, maybe Mercedes is going to win the belt before All In, and the winner of the tournament is going to face her, and that's how we get there. But if that's not what you're doing, I don't know how else you bring Mercedes in. And because you've made it a wild card, you want it to be a surprise. Who else would be as big of a surprise? Britt? Because if you put Britt in that spot, you're not going to put Britt in as a wild card and have her lose. You wouldn't keep her off TV all the time. Britt's been off TV 17 months. She's been off TV since 2024. Yep. I don't think you put her in this tournament with the field for this tournament to lose.
No, I wouldn't do that. That wouldn't make sense at all. If this kind of big comeback, people have been waiting for Britt. Like we get a Britt request in every fucking chat, and sure to come back and lose like that wouldn't
make much sense. And then,
but then her comeback and winning also would be a little bit confusing too. Because, so it's like,
because I just said you did a Wembley match that you don't really talk about, and you're gonna have her win the tournament and go back to Wembley as the challenger for the title to face whom? Are you gonna do the Tekla match with Britt? Are you what direction? What direction story-wise would you go with Britt if you put her in that spot? I just, like, it makes all the sense in the world for it to be Mercedes, story-wise. Especially with Athena on the other side of the bracket. You could get back to Athena Mercedes in the finals. I don't see a path as clear for anybody else, and that's why I think it's going to be Mercedes. Because I'm like, even if it's Britt, like, what's the story there? Like,
exactly.
what? And it, like, there's nobody else that I think, like, because we haven't had a status update on Tony. That from what we've heard, she's out for the rest of the year. It can't be Tony. And there's really nobody else. I mean, we don't know what Ruby's status is. But even with Ruby, I don't see a clear defined story for Ruby that makes sense.
Mercedes is the only one, while I'm saying that you could just slot right now, and there's already stories intertwined in there. Everybody else, you're going to have to do more work, and I don't think they're going to do that work. We don't even have time to do the work already, Phil. We're already in the tournament.
And so this makes sense. Less sense. Twan is saying people have been throwing Hater in as the wild card. Why would Hater stand next to Windsor saying whoever you are, wild card, in that segment this week if she knows she's the wild card? Why would that makes sense? Like, why would she be just like, yeah, you're gonna beat whoever this person is, the wild card, hyping her up, knowing she's the wild card? That makes absolutely no sense.
That would be a weird friendship. You're tricking me. You're like, yeah, go get her, and then it's you. Wait, you didn't tell me it was you this whole time?
They're a tag team. If she was the wild card, why wouldn't she just reveal it this week?
It's got to be Mercedes.
Maybe she doesn't know, but that doesn't make sense.
Maybe she doesn't know.
How would she not know she's the wild card? By the way, she's gonna find out next week. Somebody's gonna bring her a card flipped over and be like, "Yep, it's you." Like, what?
Yep, it's you. Yeah, no, I don't think. I think if it was Jamie Hayter, they would have told us already.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. If it has to be a big surprise, because if it wasn't a big surprise, why would they make it a wild card? They would just announce who it is. If it was just Jamie Hayter is already on TV regularly. They would just say it's Jamie Hayter versus Alex Windsor. Why would they make it a mystery?
I'm pretty sure they would have started playing up their tag team thing. They would have already started playing up a story.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to be.
You don't do a wild card gimmick if you don't set up a mystery for something if there's no mystery.
Right. Yeah.
You've got two people that are already in a tag team. You could already tell the story this week of, hey, I know the circumstances have changed. I'm going to be your opponent. May the best woman win. You don't have to make this a mystery.
Easy as that.
Like, there's other things you could do. Like maybe bring Charlie in. Charlie just wrestled in the UK. That's an interesting pool, but like, even if Charlie's the wild card, I don't think Charlie's going to win this whole tournament. I don't think you do a surprise like that and she's just going to lose to Alex Windsor or in the second round. I don't think you would do that. Maybe like all the other options I can think of just don't make sense. It has to be Mercedes, in my opinion. Like, I just can't see it being anybody else.
I think the only way it's going to be somebody else if they're losing, but I don't think they're losing that match. Like, I think Alex Windsor is losing to whoever this wild card is going to be.
That's what I think.
Mercedes, you know what I mean?
That's what I think. Because I think, because if it was Willow and Willow moving on to the next round, and your options are either Hazuki or Persephone, there's already reason for interest in that match based on Willow's time with CMLL and Willow's time in Japan. You've already got that. The other person who has been in both of those places and has held a CMLL title and a title in Stardom is Mercedes.
Yep. She's been in the ring with both of them before. Like, it just makes all the sense to be Mercedes.
Yeah. I will say this because I thought about it too when Mercedes put the tease out this week. Do you think that people are going to turn on this if she wins?
Yes.
I kind of think so too because I kind of think so too because she's going to be the first 2-time winner if she wins, and I think AEW is discounting the idea that a lot of people are ready for Athena to move on and do something else.
They are.
And if Athena just loses here and Mercedes just wins again, I think it's going to play into some more people feeling like she has creative control or that they book her too strong or whatever else. I think some people are not going to be a fan of this. And I think that's why some people don't think it's going to be Mercedes, because I think they don't like the idea of Mercedes just pulling up again in this tournament and winning. But at this point, I just don't know what else you're going to do. Because
I think there's a sect of fans that don't know about the downfall of Mercedes. They don't know that she just lost the 10 championships. They don't know the story that was being told over here. Over here, they just still think she's this big wins everything Mercedes Hogan type deal. And if she comes back and just wins again, they're going to be people that don't like it.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't even get into, they could have done like a video package and explained that, because they had to adjust on the fly because Willow got injured. Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about that. But again, it's fine because Mercedes is coming back at the heel. And if you just want her to win it and get booed, some people are not going to be happy with this. So it'll work.
Right. I mean, it's Mercedes, though. The matches are going to bang. Like, it's going to be like all this stuff is worth it, but there's still going to be people that are mad no matter what. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I personally don't care about none of that, because if we're getting Mercedes versus Persephone or Mercedes versus Suzuki, I don't care about none of that.
Or
and if we're getting
Mercedes and Athena rematch, like, yes, you can say whatever you want, dog.
Yeah, I don't care about none of that, but I do think that there's definitely going to be fans that are not happy with Mercedes winning this tournament for a second time.
And maybe like you're describing, not even because they're mad at Mercedes, which I think a lot of them will be, but they're going to be upset that Athena gets treated like this again, essentially.
Yes. JT, I think it's been confirmed at this point, because he's asking in the chat, have we got an update on what's going on with Tony? Maybe it's going to be Tony versus Mercedes at All In. I think it's been confirmed that Tony's out for the rest of the year. Of course, they haven't confirmed why she's taking time off. But I'm pretty sure it's been said from the beginning that she's going to be out for the rest of the year.
She gone. I don't think it's going to be her.
No, no, I don't see it being Tony. But the thing is, like I said, if you don't put Mercedes in this tournament, realistically, the only other person that would have made sense if it wasn't Athena and you could have built this whole babyface story around this would have been Mina, and they haven't created enough equity for that to matter, because at this point Mina just loses all the time. But I think if you told the story of Mina coming back with a fire out under her after what happened to Tony, and really making a point of she wants to enter this tournament and win it, and then win the AEW World Championship for Tony, you had a good story there, but she just lost in the first round, so that's kind of out the window.
Story now. Damn, I can't believe we got back to the AEW Women's Division. What a life, man.
Yeah, Redman is asking, what do we think the plan was if Willow didn't get hurt? My pick to win this tournament was Athena, but again, based on the way Athena's been not on TV, and she just had the match, because I think if Athena was going to win this tournament, she would have won on a pay-per-view, and possibly they would have aired like something this week. They would air the video package. She would have cut a promo, but she wasn't on the show at all, and it's not a good sign to me. That kind of tells me that this tournament is not her story, because again, just look at the comparison to Ospreay. Ospreay won this match. The opening thing we saw on this show was Kevin Knight and Will Ospreay. Like, they're letting you know right away the main story of this tournament is Will Ospreay's attempt to win this tournament and head to Wembley. There is nothing like that for Athena on this show.
I think Willow would have probably won, honestly, at this point. Seeing how it's laid out, I'm like, it
Yeah.
feels like they
Kinda
might
seems
have
that
been
way.
telling that story for Willow to win this, so
Kind of
what she
seems
would have
that
been
way.
doing.
But that's also why it's another part of my argument with why it's Mercedes. The reason they're not giving you anything like that, it's because they're going to ramp all of those things up when Mercedes shows up. Because it does. I mean, the thing is, it does make sense for Mercedes to win this tournament because
Yeah.
Mercedes went out crazy. Like went out with them doing a conga line on her prone body, and like she's like taking another cake to the face. Willow celebrating and all this. Yeah, she's got all the reason in the world to say, I'm coming back for everything. Last year at All In, I lost. That was supposed to be my moment. Yeah, she's got all the reason in the world to say, hey, I'm coming to win this tournament. And the only belt that she has left that she technically did not lose is the Owen belt. And so she got to look at this like the only belt that I still technically have. And the only way to hold on to it is by winning this tournament.
Yep. That's her claim to fame. That's the way to get back to it and to tell a story without having to do a gazillion miles of work on the way up because the story is already kind of laid out there for her.
Yes. And if that wasn't the case, I think that they would be presenting something else this week. And the fact that we didn't get anything else other than the Alex Winter stuff backstage for the women and Owen, it kind of tells you everything. Because if this was somebody else's story, we would see it by now. We haven't seen it.
Yeah. That's what they're laying out. It's crazy. Mercedes, like, yeah, whoever's in that slot, I think was gonna do it. So,
yeah, bro, can you imagine if it's Brit? That'd be crazy.
I can't imagine.
I had to answer the question again because I got pitched it by my editor at Bleacher Report. So I had to broach the Britt Baker question again. Will Britt Baker ever show up in this company? A year ago, I was like, no, I think she's done. Because we hadn't heard anything. At this point, because Tony keeps answering the question the same way, like, hey, man, I like Britt. I want to work with her again. I do think we'll see her again. I just don't know when. I do think we're going to see her again at this point because if it was just as simple as he doesn't want to work with her again, I think that he would have cut ties completely. And he hasn't.
That's the confusing thing about me because it's like, well, why does she still work here if he didn't like her?
Yeah, it's starting to feel very similar to the Punk situation where if it was just as cut and dry as I just want to move on from this person, he would. He keeps stalling because he's not going to move on from them.
There's a reason. There is a reason.
Yeah, I definitely think Britt will be back. I just don't know when. I don't know why it's taken so long, but I definitely think Britt will be back at this point.
That's the only confusing thing about me because I'm not like she's gone forever. I'm just like, when are they going to bring her back though? Like they've had a couple of opportunities that they haven't is confusing, but I do also think she's going to come back because if not, what the hell are you guys doing then?
Yeah, that was their report that she signed a contract in 2021, and I think it was a 5-year deal. So her contract would technically be up this year. But she was out with injury all that time, so I don't know what that means. That could mean her contract could be up next year. I don't know. There's a lot here we just don't know.
Huh. But it seems like people in every podcast that I do, either Grapsody or with Denise, someone always brings up Britt Baker. So like,
she's gonna get a reaction if she comes back.
Yeah, it's not like she's dead in the water here.
And I honestly think it's a bit different than like this is a funny comparison to make. But it's different than a Danhausen thing because if you bring when you brought Danhausen to WWE, it's a little bit different because he was still wrestling on the indies. He was still doing other things other than being on AEW TV. We haven't seen Britt in any wrestling ring in over a year. And so if her contract was up this year and then she made the jump to WWE, she wouldn't have the same buzz. Like think about Hobbs doing the Royal Rumble. That was like he was just on TV like a few weeks before that. So he was still fresh in people's minds. Britt isn't. She has no momentum going. Like the best thing that could happen for her at this point is being able to come back to AEW in front of an established fan base for her. If you have to like completely start everything from scratch in WWE, it's going to be a lot harder.
Like it worked, I wouldn't even say it didn't have to work for those other guys because like Cody and Punk were both on TV before going back to the like everybody that's kind of went over there has either been on TV or active in some way. She hasn't been nowhere. We have to like remember where she was and who she is, and like AEW is going to be the way to remember who she was and where she is, because kind of going like WWE fans will know who you are, but not like they should without going back and establishing who you are.
Yes. We got some more super chats.
Grapple Geekery says, I was genuinely shocked Snoop wasn't on the America 250 performer list. Yeah, this festival or whatever they're throwing for America and people attached to it, pretty gross.
I saw Vanilla Ice's comment this morning about why he's going to still do it, and I was like,
yeah, no shit.
Yikes.
They had Milli Vanilli on. I didn't even know Milli Vanilli was what's happening here? Very confused.
A bunch of people were on that picture that I saw to do it. And I was like, yeah, that tracks. They kind of need it. They need
where they find these people at? Oh man. The other Mikey B says stat sheet is so good. I'm convinced Kenny's booking it.
I don't think he is, guys. Remember that was like a whole thing. Who's booking the women's division? Is it Brandy? Is it Kenny? It's Tony Khan, guys.
Yes.
There's one guy booking all
of
this.
Help and shoot belt other here, but when it gets to the top, Tony Khan's the one that's signing off on this shit, brother.
Big who's that Pokemon graphic? Who's booking this? Dun-dun-dun. It's Tony Khan, guys. It's
Tony.
The silhouette is the shape of Tony Khan, guys.
Because that's the thing with ROH too, Phil, is they're like, something needs to happen, or maybe Tony is a good, or maybe he needs to shoot belt, or maybe he needs to do this. I'm like, Tony Khan, if there's a TV show being presented, he writing that shit, you guys.
Yeah, same thing. Who's booking ROH? It looks like it's a silhouette of Chris Hero, and it flips over and it's just Tony Khan.
It's Tony. Every time you're thinking who it is, it's Tony. Grapple Geeker says, who you got for the wild card? Monet, DMD, Hater. We got into it a little bit. We both think it's going to be Mercedes.
Yeah, we've gone over this in depth at this point. It's going to be Mercedes. I don't know why people would think it would be Hater. Based on that segment this week, why would it be Jamie Hater? It doesn't make sense at all.
Maybe they want her to look dumb, Phil.
It's just going to make Alex Winter look silly, and then it's just like, ha, fooled you all along. It was me. It was me all along.
Hey, are we still friends? It's like, no, we're not still friends.
After Windsor just did this whole thing, like, this is my dream. My husband is trying to get his dream. I'm trying to get my road. And she's like, yeah, we're going to get it together afterwards. Even if one way or another, we're going to get it together. And you're the wild card?
Jamie Hater's like, fuck sense. All that. I don't like that idea at all. I'm going to stop that.
Yeah.
Ten Roots says, crazy times with New Japan TV, Asahi, Progress, and Defy. Yeah, lots going on in wrestling. Shout out to Nikki Cross and Big Damo for purchasing Progress, it looks like, and whatever is going to happen with that. UK wrestling, I think such a strong history, and people want to continue to see it succeed. It's great to see people trying to help.
Yeah, I think that's great for Nikki Cross, for her to leave WWE, and people are like immediately like, where's she going to show up? Who's going to sign her? And she's like, nah, I'm not just trying to show up somewhere and get signed. I'm trying to add more to the industry than that. I want to give back to wrestling in another way, and that's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, watch your stuff. They will take your shit down. Shane Monster says, chatter this week about AEW's extra products, podcasts, games, and Heels all going quiet is odd. Like Heels is a fan-paid product. Tell them what's up. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of this, Phil. A lot of Evil Uno came out and said the AEW Games thing is on hiatus, maybe. AEW Heels is kind of to the wayside. Our friends podcast been shut down for a couple months at this point. Like all of that kind of extra, the things that we're getting beyond wrestling are kind of being canceled and kind of being pushed to the wayside. I don't know what it means. I don't know what's going on there, but it is interesting.
I don't know what's going on with any of that. I didn't know any of that about the heels thing, and I didn't see the Evil Uno quote about AEW Games. I'm kind of surprised we haven't heard any update on the game. I know that it didn't do great. So I don't know. I'm kind of surprised we haven't heard anything about a second attempt. But that's another one of those where if the New Day is available and you bring in Austin Creed, why wouldn't you let him do anything with AEW Gaming? Like that just feels like a layup. But yeah, that's I don't really know what's going on with heels. That is kind of messed up if people are paying for this and they don't know what's going on.
I don't know. Fan service in AEW sometimes is they do some things that I think is interesting. I probably wouldn't move that way, but like I don't know. They try to follow along in WWE footsteps in some things by like going to big outlets and trying to run on that way. But sometimes you just got to like get down to your core, and games and heels and all these things are people getting more familiar with AEW wrestlers and AEW products beyond the 4 hours of TV that you have. So it's interesting that they're moving like this.
Yes. Yeah. See, Shea Monster saying that AEW Games had a pod, Twitch, and YouTube. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, I don't know, like what's going on there. It could be, like I said, like again, this is. I don't want to put it all on the shoulders of Austin, but it just makes too much sense. If he comes over there, he's already friends with Adam Cole. You've got so much you could do with AEW Games with him. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're waiting on. I don't know. The podcast thing is interesting because I thought they were going to make an announcement after they ended unrestricted, and they were going to tell us what the next podcast was going to be, who was going to take over podcasting, because I assume when you end something, it's to go, hey, this person is now coming in to take over. And that hasn't happened yet. So I have to assume maybe there's a snag somewhere and maybe they're just waiting to make an announcement. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means.
The fact that either company, because I think WWE has an issue with this too, either one of them don't do like an official post-show podcast. It's just like it does. I'm confused. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, I think both shows should be. They do post-show things, but they don't move like. They need to move different. You know what I mean? Like, you should have a dedicated host that's there, Renee or somebody or Charlie, whoever on each side. They sit down with the winners and losers and they do this podcast and really get into it. They're trying the press conferences or just having the panel talk, and it's like it can move a different way, I think.
Friend of the show pitched me an idea for something for AEW podcasting. Of course, I'm not the right person, but he just bounced the idea off of me, and I was like, no, that's a great idea. And I don't think that they would use it, but and I almost don't want to repeat it. Well, I won't repeat it because I don't want somebody to steal the idea, because it is a great idea, but it's like one of those things where it's like I don't know why they don't do something similar in the vein of like Raw Talk, but like as a podcast.
Yes.
Where you could keep it a kayfabe podcast and you could use it for like storyline purposes, and I feel like that would make sense for what they do as kind of like extra content, but
yep,
I don't know.
Like still kayfabe all on the line. Wrestlers are coming in and cutting wrestling promos. Like they're just, I don't know why they don't do like everything doesn't have to be real. We don't have to get behind the scenes. Sometimes I want to hear like a wrestler be silly as a wrestler and try to push the Dynamite match they got next week on this podcast or whatever, you know?
Yeah, remind me to tell you what that idea is when we get off because
I do want to hear that.
It's a good idea, and I was like, oh man, if you pitch that to the right person, I don't understand why they wouldn't do it because that's a good idea.
I would like to hear this.
And I mean, yeah.
Uncle Don says, I don't see the purpose of the Don Callis family. There isn't really chemistry between members of Don's faction. Yeah, they're just like an oddball, like if Don Callis ran like a foster home or something, and he's just like, yeah, they don't really know each other. They don't have anything in common, but we all fight together.
Yeah.
Van Twibley says, how about Ospreay, Mox, and Kenny becoming the three amigos and throwing Don Callis off of a cliff? Dong Phallus is crazy.
I just thought of like the three of them, like Steve Martin and like with the big sombreros. Like that sounds hilarious.
Kenny would do that because he's silly. Mox might be the one that's not in.
He would not want to do that. Although he might. He does a lot of stuff that is funny now. He's just not doing that kind of humor. So
They're not. It's not comedy though, but it's funny.
Yeah.
I love Mox. I don't know how they hate Mox. Tin Ruza says, do a Mick Foley Invitational hardcore match at All In. Hardcore.
Cool.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool.
I was surprised we didn't see Mick this week in Philadelphia. Just like with the ties to ECW and like you had a street fight on this show. I have to imagine it's because he wasn't available, but I was surprised we didn't see him.
I didn't even think about this. Phil, you're bringing up a great point. Yeah, they were in Philly. Mick Foley has a big Philly following, and especially after the great stuff that he did on Sunday, I guess we're seeing he's not going to be a weekly character, and we're going to see how they use him moving forward. But sometimes in these situations, you should bring him out there. Philly crowd wasn't that great either.
There you go. Desi says, Tony said he had prior obligations that he could make it. Okay.
Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Unc Donk also says, do you think Jungle Boy joining Death Riders will give him a bit of push or credibility? I'm on the fence with this idea. No.
The guy that I thought when I saw it, I was like, oh, he makes more sense over there. I don't think it's going to happen. Was Kyle O'Reilly. I was like, Kyle O'Reilly makes a ton of sense as a Death Rider. Like after the match and like they shook hands, I was like, oh, it would make all the sense in the world for him to join. But he's not going to.
He's not. He's conglomeration.
He's having his fun over there with his JanSport backboard pack and everything.
Yeah, no, I think Jungle Boy doesn't need to get more serious. I don't think that's the way to do it. It has to be some other kind of way.
No, I don't think he fits what the Death Riders are. I think like the style of wrestling that Kyle O'Reilly does is why I think he would fit with the Death Riders.
Right. Yes.
There's not really anything about what Jack does presentation-wise that makes sense for him to join the Death Riders.
And especially seeing how he's moving as a baby face. Like now, Phil earlier and Phil were talking about when he was a heel. I don't think he should be a heel at all anymore, but like we were talking about at previous times.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like at one point when he was still a heel, I think he made sense with the Death Riders at some point. But like now in the current iteration of it, no, I don't think it works.
Not the same. Tin Ruza says, Phil, thoughts on Puro future with New Japan owner change?
I don't know what any of this means. It definitely seems like they're setting up for a big sale.
Shit.
I don't know. I don't know what this means, but it was very abrupt. Because from what I've seen, we hadn't seen anything that even seemed like it was hinting in this direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty wild. Hopefully everything's okay. Japanese wrestling be moving kind of crazy sometimes.
Yeah. Tim Ruza, we basically answered this question. He says, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
About AEW games and Austin Creed. Yeah, pretty much. He's going to have some time. If it comes back, it'll be connected to him for sure.
Yeah.
And then Tuners also says Collision looks real damn good tonight. Real graps. Yeah, they got a pretty nice show. That's what was interesting about this week too, Phil, is there was a 3-hour Dynamite, and usually I think that Collision is only going to be, if they do it on Saturday, it'll only be 1 hour. But no, Collision is still 2 hours this week, and they already did the 3-hour Dynamite.
I was confused. So why was Dynamite 3 hours?
I have no idea.
Nobody knows. Yeah.
Somebody said obligations. I'm like, didn't they already fill all their obligations though? Like they
That's
did.
what I thought. I don't know. And I thought the other part of it, I was like, okay, well, WWE has a pay-per-view this weekend that I have not previewed at all. I said I was going to. Should probably pull that card up. But the WWE pay-per-view is not Saturday. It's Sunday.
It's tomorrow. They're not competing with that either.
Yeah, so I don't know. I wake up
this morning in a panic because I thought it was this morning. I was like, oh shit, that show, and we didn't even talk about it, but it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. Clash in Italy is taking place in Turin, Italy. It's a 5-match card again.
Yeah,
it actually looks like a pretty strong card, to be honest. Only 5 matches, but Cody Rhodes will be taking on Gunther for the undisputed WWE Championship.
Okay.
I don't think the Gunther is going to win here. I think this is a good atmosphere for that match. I think the bill was fine. They had to wait until Cody was cleared. There was a little bit of shuffling they had to do to make this happen. Mm-hmm. Gunther's now in SmackDown. But I think this feud makes sense with where Gunther is as a character. He just retired 3 big names, just beat Seth Rollins at WrestleMania, so he should be in the title picture. Right. But I do think Cody is going to win.
Yeah, this seems like we need to get Cody in a big match. We didn't want to, because it was weird after Gunther had beat Cena and AJ, and he was just kind of some guy. I feel like they were like, we got to get him back to the world title scene. We got to make him feel like the big threat that he is. But I don't feel like he's going to beat Cody, though.
No, absolutely not. Rhea Ripley will be defending her championship in a WrestleMania WrestleMania rematch against Jade Cargill. Jade has been back in the mix with Baddies 2.0 by her side. This kind of feels like it's missing something. It kind of feels like we needed a defense for Rhea Ripley on this show. But we didn't have anything else built up. So let's just do the WrestleMania rematch. I don't think Jade's going to win here. There's not really much here. Like I know they've done like the tag matches. They did the 6-woman match for Saturday Night Main Event last week, but yeah, Rhea's clearly gonna win here. I just don't see a world where Jade wins. Rhea did a cool Instagram social media post where she was talking about how she's been wanting to get to Italy for years because she's got family in Italy, stuff like that. That's cool, but yeah, not much meat on the bones for this feud.
It's like it's good to see big show. They should have a big match on here, but it's like they're trying to rev Rhea back up to like that full spot, and like that's understandable. But like Jade's gonna be a kind of pawn on the way up. But like good for her getting a big match. You know what I mean? And like Rhea should be in this position, like I've been saying for 5 years at this point.
Yeah, they had the exchange between Jade and Charlotte in the 6-woman match, and I still think that's the match. I still think that's the big match for Jade. I don't know how we get back there. I still think that's the big win, though. We'll see. Yeah, Orion, that is kind of interesting. We're doing this show in Italy, and Julia's not on this card. I would think, Julia,
half Italian.
We don't have the time. We're already late in this show at this point. We don't have the time for me to get into how confused I am about Julia's booking and what the hell they're doing with her. Like I don't really get it. But yeah, I don't know why Julia's not on this show. I don't know what they're doing with her in general. Like, I don't.
Super confusing.
Becky Lynch will be taking on Sol Ruka in another rematch from the Saturday Night Main Event match. I absolutely hated the finish to Saturday Night
Horrid
match.
finish. Fucking horrid.
And it's more of like this, like, it's this thing that they've been doing recently where it's book a match to get to the same match later. And I absolutely hate this whole book a match where we don't want either of these people to lose yet to get to the next match. But if that's the case, don't do the match. Don't do the match if you don't want either of these people to wrestle.
Don't do the match.
I don't get it, but yeah, I think Becky's gonna retain here. I don't think they're ready to take the belt off of Becky yet. I think Sol Ruka will be a good champion. I think they clearly see it in her. I think they will put gold on her soon, but I don't think she's beating Becky here.
Not here, not at this moment. Like, again, it feels like they're trying to get these vehicles back, get Becky back to where she needs to be, do that all thing, but also at the same time putting over who Sol is and that she's a threat. So I think that's more to her than the win, just being in the moment with the big star, getting the title match. But yeah, I think Becky Lynch is going over.
I do too. I mean, look, Sol could get a big shock win here. Maybe, but I don't really understand why you would put the belt back on Becky at WrestleMania and then get here with it just to have her lose. That's kind of weird, but crazier things have happened. So it could happen. That's the reason why I don't think Becky's losing, because I'm thinking, like, why would they book backwards that way? But
right,
they've done crazier things before, so
they like to book backwards. And again, to reiterate, that Saturday Night Main Event finish was fucking horrible. Like, even like do the match to get to the next match, but that's how you get to the next match. What are y'all thinking?
And it was last weekend. You did that to get to another match a week later. Like, I just don't understand what is the point of that. But if you're gonna do that, just do the match here. Why? I just don't understand. But whatever. Speaking of booking backwards, Brock Lesnar is back. He's having a rematch, another WrestleMania rematch here on this show against Obafemi.
All right.
There's something about the way they handled everything after Oba won that kind of told me we're not done here. It would have been just too perfect for him to just retire him and have this WrestleMania debut and have like this big impactful moment. But again, there was just something about it. SummerSlam is going to be in Minnesota, and I've been thinking all along, why wouldn't you have Brock in SummerSlam for Minnesota? SummerSlam has been his event for a while. It's going to be in Minnesota. Why wouldn't you have it there? And why wouldn't you have him there? And then Oba's just back to doing open challenges. Like, he had an Otis match. He had to drag the Garzas out there to have a match. And I was like, that's not really how you would book a guy after beating Brock Lesnar if you didn't have plans to do something else. Because, and I mean, I get it. You're clearly not going to put him against Roman because you're not ready for Roman to lose. But if you're doing open challenges, like, what is the next direction? So when Brock showed up, I was like, well, of course, that's why they're doing this. That's why they're stalling, because Brock is just back. And guys, I do think Brock is going to win this match. I do think Brock is going to pin over here, and I would not be surprised if this is the usual hat on a hat booking to get to a third match.
You think Brock Lesnar's not coming back to get his fucking win? You think Brock Lesnar would come back to lose again? Yeah, fucking right, dude. He's coming back for his, and he gonna get it.
I hope that's not what we're doing. I think it would be fucking great if Oba just beat him again, just beat him soundly again. I don't think they would do a second match if that was the plan, though.
No.
And I don't think that they would set it up the way they're setting it up to do that. Why you would want to undo something so cool within a month, but I don't know.
Again, we've seen him do it before.
Absolutely. That's why when he showed up and attacked him from behind, I was not shocked. I was like, "Yep, that tracks." It just felt too good to be true because I was like, "This is just too perfectly done." They gave him the moment, they minted him. All right, move on with him after WrestleMania. And when they didn't move forward, he was still doing open challenges. I was like, "Oh no." Please don't let this be what I think it is. And when I tweeted it, I said, this feels like a step backwards for him to still be doing the open challenges. People were like, you're not even giving it a chance. I was like, logically, booking wise, this doesn't make sense. Like, why would you do that? But
they were stalling.
Stalling, man. The main event is in question.
It's in the air.
Because Jacob Fatu is reportedly injured. There is a report that they are not sure if he's going to be cleared for this match. I don't know what they're going to do if they don't have him for the show, because that's really the match that has had the most TV time and has the biggest story heading into this pay-per-view. That's really the centerpiece of this show, is Roman versus Jacob in a tribal combat. So if he's not here, I don't know what they're going to do. We're
less than 24 hours away from the show now, and they haven't said if Jacob's not going to be there, and like, when are they going to announce it if they do? Like, we're getting down to the wire. What would be the plan? Do you think they would just cancel? They got to get Roman a different opponent, right? They wouldn't have Roman fly the way out there and not defend the belt. That'd be crazy.
Yeah. I don't know.
What's wrong with Jake? Did they know?
Well, apparently he was limping after his match. So, and again, we have no confirmation. He could have been just selling.
Yeah.
It could be nothing, but that's the report that he is. They're worried that he might not be cleared, but
shit.
Yeah, apparently this is going to be, as of now, it's going to be Roman Reigns versus Jacob Fatu in tribal combat for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. I assume this is going to be the main event if it goes on as planned. Of course, Roman's not losing.
I mean,
two pay-per-views in after WrestleMania, he's not losing. I think that would be kind of a cool moment if Jacob was cleared and everything is like looking the way it should look, because Jacob has came away from this feud on a whole looking great. He's much better off because of this feud.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're ready to take the belt off of Roman just yet, because it's Roman, and I don't see them going into SummerSlam without Roman as champion. They're clearly still building up anticipation for a Seth match as well. I don't think they take the belt off of him until we get the Seth confrontation.
Mm-hmm.
That tells me Jacob is.
These are just formality matches for sure. Roman leading into to SummerSlam, get him a few wins on the way up.
Yeah, and I think that's part of what's been so uninteresting about WWE at the moment, is that a lot of stuff feels like it's running in place. Like, a lot of this feels very predictable. I mean, all of these outcomes that I've come across, it feels like, okay, they're not ready to move forward with this yet. They're just giving us a feud in the meantime. We need a title defense for Cody on this show. Let's do a Gunther match. But it doesn't feel like they're going to put the belt on Gunther. This feels like this is what we're doing for now. But we probably have other plans for Cody down the road. Like, I don't think you do all of this stuff at WrestleMania, have Randy Orton stand over him with the belt, and you're not going to go back to the Randy Orton match. Like,
absolutely.
why would you do that? And why would you take the belt off of him if you're not going to go back to that? It just feels like they've already told us certain storylines that are percolating. So, okay, we got to get this pay-per-view out the way for now, though. So here's some rematches, and here's some matches that, feel pretty predictable.
Yeah, it's just like what I was describing earlier when the podcast started. Both companies, and a lot of companies, just feel like it's that time. We got big shows coming up in the summer, and we're just going to kind of be waiting in the water right here for May, June, the early part of the summer. And there's some good stuff in there, but there's not some great stuff in there.
Yeah, and I mean, technically, Cody Gunther is the only match here that's not a rematch from earlier this year. All the rest of these matches are rematches. And Cody Gunther was a
rematch still.
is a rematch. It's a King of the Ring, right?
Oh no,
Oh,
they
no.
fought for the Crown Jewel
Yeah,
Championship.
Crown Jewel.
Or
Sorry.
whatever. Yeah.
Did they have a King of the? Did they have a match in that tournament?
I think they did.
Maybe I'm mixing up, but
Yeah.
it could be both. But yeah, the Crown Jewel finals, like you said, was Gunther versus Cody. Yeah. So yeah, at the very least, should be a fun atmosphere for a pay per view, but
Yep.
seemingly a lot of predictable outcomes.
Should be fun. It comes on in the morning here.
1 p.m. my time, I believe. Yeah, I got some other stuff to do because I was thinking like, oh, I could do a stream tomorrow, but I was like, I got other stuff. Like Monday, probably be a Monday stream.
Yes, sir. I'm going to a basketball game tomorrow. WNBA. Shout out to the WNBA.
Yeah. A few more super chats.
Yep. Grapple Geekery says, I'm probably the only Don Callis family fan in the world. I appreciate them as a gaggle of bastards who are dastardly for a paycheck and ready to roll.
I just think you got to clarify the direction for them and tell us like where we're going with this. Because if I thought all this time this was a vehicle to get from destination A to B with Okada and Takeshita, we've done that. Now what?
Yep. We're getting the Kyle and Takeshita stuff, like all of the stuff that are kind of the meat of what this faction is. We're about to be done with it. So then what?
Yep.
Metal Death says the Triple K allegations proven true once again. Oba's money, and one of the only promising things on their shows. To watch them intentionally drop the ball with him is mind blowing. It's not mind blowing at all to me. It's very, very on par.
Still have to see where this is going, but somebody else mentioned it, and I did not even think about it this way. But it's like, yeah, you immediately undermined his moment by making it a Brock retirement thing, and then it wasn't a retirement. He just ended up coming back anyway. So it was like you immediately tried to make the moment about Brock anyway, even though Oba won the match, and then even that was a ruse. He's coming back anyway. You're just gonna do a second match, so
they did a big psych.
Pump faked us.
And then Ben Sifner says Collision was 1 hour last week. That's why 3 hours. No, they accounted for that. They did a 3 hour show last week and then 1 hour of the pre-show on the pay-per-view. So like they filled that roles.
Yeah, I don't really understand how that works, but that's all of our super chats. We have
that's it.
A bunch of humper chats that I did not read. Let me line them up from Tony P, of course. Appreciate you as always, Tony. He says, my experience at Double or Nothing was overall fun as hell. Even with issues getting in and out of the show, I wasn't around loser fans. Seeing the self-made crew, met Iridian and her friend too, who were also partially my travel buddies during the hellish post-show travel. Hey, that's dope. Sounds like you saw a lot of people that I know.
Hell yeah. Love seeing friends at wrestling show. Nothing like it.
Native New Yorker, native just all around funny character. That video of Ibu like taking a video of himself at Madison Square Garden, and he's like showing all the stuff around him. What a guy. Ibu is hilarious to me, man.
He's hella funny. There's one thing we're laughing at that he said recently that every time I think about it, it kills me, Phil. Like every time I think about it, I die.
I thought about it this morning and was dying laughing. Oh, Ibu, man. What a guy.
Oh, man. Shout out to the homie.
Yeah, he's one of those people that I thought about as well, where I'm like, man, if the Knicks lose, gonna be a lot of people in shambles, man.
Kaz, they about to be down bad if they lose.
Cat's been doing a lot of tweeting too. I was like,
Yes. But he should though. He's always been loud about the Knicks, and you gotta. If you're going down with the ship or going up, it's either way.
Yes. Tony P continues. He says, "I said before that a while back that YouTube recommends vids were starting showing me hardcore WWE. We're trying AEW for the first time and liking it. After Double or Nothing, it exploded with those vids, plus the flood of comments online of first-time watchers. Yeah, I saw a lot of that. Rich did his video of if you're a first-time watcher, and I saw the views on it. I was like, oh, I see this was the algorithmic thing to do, was to be like, hey, I'm a first-time watcher, and cool. I think that's good. I think that's good for Double or Nothing because, like I said, Chisel Adonis did a similar kind of video of him talking about how great it was. But it's good. It's good for the algorithm to work in a positive way instead of feeding you the this is why AEW is bad and this is why the company will eventually die.
Yeah, seeing that much content back to back is pretty rough. And like, yeah, AEW's been doing well. They had the Andrea story. They're starting to get some positive momentum, I think,
Yeah, absolutely. Tony P also says, Reg may love this note. The one that started a while back, they did the thing where they tried to compare it to how WWE does stuff, like tell stories, but by Double or Nothing, learned stories could be told in more than one way. It was interesting to watch. What a novel concept. I know. There's storytelling in the match.
Put on a good wrestling match and it'll tell a story, Phil. I didn't know that this was a thing. They keep telling me that's not possible.
Yeah. But I did see a bunch of those videos pop up as well on YouTube, Tony. I didn't watch any of them. The only one I watched some of was the Chisel Adonis thing, but that's because I watch his content in general, though.
Yeah, no, I see a lot like scrolling Facebook and stuff. I saw a lot of that this week. I'm like, good for AEW.
Yes. Yeah, JT, that's a long question to answer because JT says, has anyone given you guys a real valid reason why they don't watch AEW or WWE? Yes. It would take a while to get into whether those are valid reasons.
Yeah.
Some people and I don't even hold this against some people. Some people just see WWE as wrestling. And I'm not trying to say that in a smarky way or a snide way of, to them that's wrestling. That's not real wrestling. No, I mean in general, the only wrestling they watch is WWE. When you say wrestling to them, they think WWE. They don't watch anything else because this is wrestling to them. And that's just it. They're not going to try anything else because they don't want to. They never intended to. When they say they want to watch wrestling, they always mean WWE. And that's just how some people see it. And it's not going to change for those people. They're only going to tune in to WWE. Like, it's just like, and I've seen some of them make this analogy like, if I tell you if I'm going to watch basketball, I'm going to watch the NBA. I'm not going to watch Big Three. I don't think that's a good analogy, but that's how some of them think about it. They think of it as WWE is it. They are the major leagues. Everything else doesn't matter.
Right. That's I'm not even mad at people that move that way because WWE conditioned their fans to think that way, and they conditioned the wrestling world to be like, we're the only big show in town. Nothing else matters. So if like people follow along that, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there are some AEW fans that I know a lot of AEW fans that say that they completely stopped watching WWE after Brock beat Kofi, and that was kind of the thing that were like, I'm just moving on. And there are the booking decisions why they're just like, I'm completely done with WWE. I just don't want to watch. There are moral reasons why some people don't want to watch, and I get it. There are some people that still try to put up this argument of, I don't like the fans, and that's why I don't watch AEW. I don't want to get into why I think that's bullshit, but Because again, we're running long. I don't want to get into a rant, but I've seen enough people do it, and there's a common trend when people do it, and I have a theory as to why they do it. Not the time though. If you're watching this and you want me to answer this question in full, ask me on another podcast, ask me on another stream, and I'll get into it. I just don't have time at this moment to do it because I have a legitimate theory about it. And I don't think I'm wrong based on there's a common denominator between the people that I've seen doing it. And I just don't think you have to do that. I just don't think you have to.
Nope. I think some people think you have to, though. That's the funniest part.
And I mean, as somebody that enjoys both companies for different reasons, like, I think you can just be like, hey, this is what this is, and this is what this is. These two things do two different things. We just talked about this with the Kendrick and Drake thing. Like, there's Kendrick music I like, and there's Drake music I like for different reasons. And I just think people make reasons why they don't want to support something instead of just saying, I just don't like it. And it's cool. Yep. If you just don't like it, you just don't like it. It's fine.
That's it. That's way easier. I don't fuck with that. I don't like it.
And, you know, some people buy into, like, the brand thing. Some people are like, nope, I'm a Pepsi guy. I don't fuck with Coke. I'm an Xbox guy. I don't fuck with Sony. That's just what it is for some people. Some people have just decided, I'm a WWE guy, so any other company, I'm just not going to fuck with it. I'm an AEW guy, so I'm just not going to fuck with anything else.
Because it happens on both sides.
Of course. More for Tony P says, but a few people that didn't have fun this week were Darby and Speedball. Heard the sax courtesy of the Jet. Another person hearing the sax, the homie Bobby Monsoon getting a courtesy house call from Swerve on SmackDown Review Show. So Petty of the Week goes to Swerve and the Jet. Yeah. Swerve pulling up and jumping streamers is hilarious.
Yeah, he's always every time Swerve would be in some place. I'm like, what is he doing there? How did he get there? He was posting some stuff with like, I know how he got there, but he was with like Who Kid and Conway, the Machine, and all these guys yesterday. And I'm like, Swerve be in some crazy places, man.
He had that picture he put up with him and Young Ma. I was like, bro,
yeah, I'm like, where is he?
Yeah.
Shout out to Swerve.
Tony also says the good, Double or Nothing, the women's lights out match, Brody, Claudio, we're getting Hazuki, Maya, Utami returning to Stardom, Maki's work in Stardom continues to deliver. Loved her going missing, then showing up in the crowd in her PJs for a match. Yeah, Maki is quietly having a pretty good run in Stardom. It doesn't have the same buzz that it had when she like initially blew up with TJP and then showed up here in America, and it felt like she was bound to get signed by somewhere here. But she's quietly having a good run with Stardom.
She is. It's great to see them, the spotlight getting back on Stardom, because they have tremendous women's wrestlers over there that are working hard as fucking trying to get back to where it is. And they're just putting out some good content too. Shout out to Maki.
Yes. Yeah. Tony says the bad, back to Stardom and Hazuki getting pulled from her match in Japan. The only reason we got that awesome match is because of that shit TK did on Wednesday. He knows the fans want more women matches on Wednesdays, and seeing what happens when he did this bullshit before. I saw a lot of that, and people being like, "Oh, I hate this. I hate that." Stardom shows being affected by AEW booking, which that's just wrestling at this point, man. It's just the game, unfortunately, guys. So those kind of things are just going to keep happening.
I thought it was super interesting how the shout out to the homie Mance, who's like been like he's like Ring of Honor. They're here now. He's on here. I'm like, listen, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, as they say, you guys.
His tweet this week where he posted that picture of him at Double or Nothing, and he was like, basically the grind don't stop. And I was like, man's trying to get signed. I see it.
As he should. As he should. Shout out to Mance. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah. Tony also says, / what the fuck. So how you doing? So how you doing? To lie to a performer's agent, then get mad when they learn the truth of who they performing for and say, none, take your money back, especially people who you know would never agree with your worldviews. Yeah, some janky promoters out here, I guess.
A lot of them on every side. But yeah, listen, the wrestlers are just trying to do their thing. I understand. Like, I'm sure some people saw that report this week about Trump and that worked for them and hated it. But like, what can you do? You know, what the fuck can you do?
I work here. People are not happy with Chelsea Green, and they didn't like it's my job, and this is where I work. And people are like, that excuse doesn't fly. And I'm just like, some people need their job, and people be will just leave.
Not as easy as that.
That don't happen as often as you think in the real world, guys. Outside of the internet, it's just like, we'll just leave. No, that don't just happen. There are people doing that, and that's commendable if they have the means to do that. But everybody don't have the means to do that.
Did you see the clip of, it was one of the guys from the Giants was talking about Jackson Dart or whatever. And he was like, I don't like that shit, but like, that's my teammate and I'm going to continue. Like, what are you going to do? Be like, no, fuck this guy. I'm leaving this.
It's football.
You can, but like, there's so many people that aren't, you know?
I laughed up a storm because America will never disappoint, man. When the homeboy tweeted about it and they were mad at him, I was like, y'all more mad at him than Jackson Dart. Mm-hmm. All he said was, what the fuck is this?
Yep.
Y'all mad at him for that? Are you supposed to stand by your teammate? Dog. All he tweeted was, what the fuck is this? Yeah. America.
This is what we have to deal with.
Yes. We got, I think, about 3 more here from Tony P. He says, then the cast of Leon Slater with the report that came out about why he didn't break the record of a man that quit and said fuck TNA live on air is weird. Yep. Hey, we're still keeping that Austin Aries record alive and well, because why not?
The fact that they got so close and they could have just beat it, but they didn't, is hilarious.
But yeah, the idea that it's just like, you got this guy on your TV show saying fuck this place, and you're just like, we're trying to protect the integrity of this place by not letting him hold this record and just leave, but the record is held by a person that doesn't give a fuck about the integrity of this place. So I don't really get that, but I suppose. I don't know.
I'm like, how could you only care about integrity? It's not showing all the way, you guys.
I guess that makes sense some way. I don't know, but I don't know.
Oh my God.
Tony also says another thing is, what happened that possibly pushed Leon to have people thinking he was going to WWE, but now possibly putting his own vac hair, pulling his own vac hair and heading to AEW. Then the Matt tantrum was sad. Shit was so sad. I can make it Petty of the Week. I thought you were going to make Matt Petty of the Week for sure.
Matt who?
Matt Hardy.
Oh. How could I forget?
There's only so much I can say because
we're on Fightful.
I don't
Be
want
careful.
And we got a responsibility as people for Fightful. There's only so much I can say without making this seem like I'm trying to, basically just be a flag waver for Fightful and just taking Joel's side. But I think this entire thing is really stupid.
That's it.
Like incredibly stupid. Like it. First of all, I think all of it is funny. First of all, every development of this, every time he tweets something, I've laughed up a storm at this because I think it's really funny. But then when I see like people are like actually like using it as a topic on their podcast and then trying to turn it into like the sheets and this guy from the dirt sheets quote unquote called this stupid. Calling Joel the dirt sheets, it's fucking hilarious, dude. This guy does a TNA post show. He does the in the weed show with Jeremy. This guy ain't breaking news. This guy ain't airing nobody's dirty laundry. Why are you calling him dirt sheets? Like that is just it's just every time I look around, there's certain things like this in wrestling and I look at it, I'm just like, guys, I don't think this is that serious. I don't think you can characterize this as that. I know people want to be in a conversation and do certain things. And again, I have to be careful about certain things I say. But
I hate how they cast that wide ass net when anybody from Fightful's involved. They're like, those Fightful guys. I'm like, me and Phil are over there though, you guys, and we're not those Fightful guys. Don't say that.
Yeah, you're talking about Joel like, oh, you represent Fightful. Like, why are you talking about Joel like he's like the name most people think when they think Fightful? Like, what's going on, man?
Like again, like we're saying, if this was a Sean Rossap, totally different. If you're like, hey, that Sean Rossap is really blah blah blah, then I'd maybe understand. But you're going after Joel,
and it's such a throwaway. It's such a throwaway tweet that it came from. And then you're trying to turn it into like he was like trying to disrespect Matt or something like that. And it's like, well, and then he didn't respond. He didn't respond to him, and so he's continuing to disrespect him by not responding. Maybe, and I can't speak for the guy. I don't know why Joel didn't respond. I did message him, and I got a good laugh out of the response to it because it's funny. Maybe he don't want to drag this out. There's one person dragging this out, and it ain't Joel.
The funny thing is like, I think him not responding is more respectful than him responding. I'm like, I think he is being respectful by not saying anything.
It's so funny because I know what I would have done if I was Joel. And I would have done it because I would have thought it was funny. I don't think everybody would think it was funny. But the way people are coming after Joel, there are certain things that I would have done that would be 1,000 times worse because people would take it seriously. And I would be just joking, but people would be like, oh, you really don't respect Matt. Mm-hmm. Oh man, there's certain things I would do that I think are really funny, and other people wouldn't think it's funny. Like as soon as Bully Ray was like, "Come on, bust the rope open," I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll be on there. Send me the link. Show me the link."
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I see why Joel was hands off because like why it's dirty in the weeds as they say.
Oh no, see, no man, see. Then again, I say all the time, my dad is like the worst. My dad is the worst role model ever. Mm-hmm. Because I've watched this man my entire life. If he thinks something is really funny, he'll completely lean into it. And if I said this match was stupid and I got a good laugh out of it, I don't care if the whole Twitter community is like, this isn't funny. Oh, I would have continued to lean into it.
Yeah, and see, man.
Oh, it would be so much worse if this was me, but it wouldn't happen if it was me because I don't review TNA, and that's kind of the irony of all of this. You're coming at this guy who reviews your show. There aren't a lot of people in wrestling media that consistently review TNA. Joe actually cares about TNA. He reviews your show. You know how many other big outlets run a TNA post show other than Fightful? It's not a lot.
That's what was my
favorite part. It's not a lot.
When Matt Hardy started talking on his video, he's like, so I watched your TNA review and I was all, you might want to stop there. How many TNA reviews are there, dog? You turned it off. You should keep it on because there's not a lot of them. Like, you honestly should be like, hey, thanks for even letting me get this fucking bit off because nobody even watches our fucking show. I have to turn this into getting people to watch the show. The best part of this whole thing, Phil, is him posting that video of that little boy being like, "This was the best match I've ever seen." The finish. I'm like, what little kid said? What little boy's like? I really liked the finish in that fucking lingo. What is happening here?
Yeah, bro. I would have. Oh my god, I thought of an entire bit that I thought was funny. Um, I'm telling you, there's so many things that I would have done with this that I would have thought was funny. Like I would have came if I would have figured out a way to edit it, and because of course I've done video editing, um, I would have put myself in a little small thing that Matt used to come out with himself for his entrance,
Oh, Matt
with like the
Facts.
theme song and
You
everything.
want
Matt
Facts?
Facts. Oh yeah, and I would have been like, "Hey Matt, I was just letting you know. Still think that match was stupid, but if you want me to come on your show, I will." And it would have been the whole time me and the Matt Fax thing. And I would think that was hilarious, but I would have made a joke out of the whole thing. And I think Joel could have done that, but maybe I don't want to do that.
I wouldn't want to. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, everything about this is very funny, and people taking it seriously like this is just like, guys, let's calm down. Let's calm down. I just
Because
punched a tornado.
Because again, this is a legendary figure. Like, no matter how crazy you're looking at Matt Hardy, the fucking Hardy Boys, G, we know how their love run. We know what they represent, but this is really funny, a lot of this.
I sent you a tweet that I almost sent that I thought was really funny, and I was like, oh, don't do that, because then people will think that, no, don't do that, because people start like, why are you jumping in this? And I'm like, I just want to make a joke, and people won't just take it as a joke. There were a few things that I thought about tweeting, though, that I thought was really funny.
Can't just make a joke. Can't just make a joke.
No, apparently you can't call anything stupid either.
That was the whole thing, too. I'm like, wait, this whole argument is off of a subjective opinion. Like, what do you... What is wrestling, dude? Like I was telling you in the group chat, it came off a little fake newsy. That's the only thing I really didn't like about it. Of like, the media is wrong. We need to cancel all media. But like, who talks like that? You know, like, you know what kind of people talk like that? Like, you only want to cancel media because it's bad against you, but not for any of the other things. And like, that's not how we're fucking. That's not what this should be.
Again, he does a TNA post show. You don't say anything about anything else he said about reviewing TNA or the good things he said about TNA. But you find this one rando tweet where he called the match stupid, and that's what you're paying all this attention to. That's what you're now pushing other people to respond to him and jump on him for as a tweet. It's kind of, again, I gotta be careful because it might look away, but I just don't think it's that serious. And I think I think continue to draw it out is making it worse than what it actually is, because this is a tweet that would have just been ignored. Nobody would have cared about it.
Nobody cares.
And even if Matt cared about it that much. Yeah, and look, he could be working and trying to turn this into a whole big thing, but again, I had several jokes in my brain at the moment because I was like, oh, this is very funny to me. But our last Humper chat, Tony says, I was like, people have said worse about your matches than what Joel said. I really wonder if he was just working or really triggered by something. Last bit, if Jacob can't go, then what? Who will replace him? As always, fuck Trump, these corrupt losers, peace and love. I don't think it's a work because of certain things that he's been doing and saying, and he's made a point of saying, that he felt disrespected. I don't think he would do that. I'm trying to say this in a way that doesn't come off insulting. I think they're looking at it like this was a send-off to the Hardys and Dudley's rivalry. And they're not going to do this match ever again. You basically had to send off in a self-serious way for the Dudleys. And so I think they're looking at it like they would like more respect put on that aspect of the match.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's a wrestling match. And like I get like yes, I get the intention, I understand the history, but it's still a wrestling match. It's a table match at that. Like I I just think we gotta calm down and we gotta put these things in perspective. That's the nicest way I can put it because I feel like if I say other things, it could be read a certain way that I don't intend. And the funny thing about it is, I like Matt. I like a lot of his work. I just think this is a bit silly. I think everything about it is a bit silly. And I think like him posting the video, responding to Joe, tagging him, like you said, posting the video of the kid, and you like doing all of this to be like, this match isn't stupid. And it's just like, well, if you like what you did and you know that the audience liked what you did, why does it matter?
What are you doing here? Yeah, why are you over here? If everybody's been telling you that this is the greatest match, if everybody's been doing this, like, what is this? And then he kept being like, it's Fightful's thing to not spread information and they shouldn't blah, blah, blah. But like, you're doing way too much, Matt Hardy.
Yeah.
You're a GOAT. You're a legend. You don't need to be over here.
And see, stop, Phil. Don't do that. Because I was about to say, you know, if this turns into, oh, well, these Fightful guys got to stick together, I'll respond. I'm not like Joe. I'll respond. Yeah. And again, I don't want that to sound a way like it's like, oh, whoa, yeah. Look, Matt. I'm drawing a line right here. No, I just think a lot of this is silly, man. And I think if you just make it what it is, and this is actually really funny and not to be taken seriously, because that's the best way to look at Twitter at this point. None of this stuff is to be taken fucking seriously. But unfortunately, not everybody looks at it that way.
No. People think this is the most serious thing in the whole world, like all the time.
Yeah, I think it's really goofy that, you know, people are trying to make it seem like he was afraid to respond to him. And, you know, he tweeted something and then people started tagging Matt in it and going like, look, he won't even say it to your face over the internet. Like, I really think people have to calm down. Like, we have to calm down. Please, I beg of you.
Got to wrap this up, I think, dog. Like, why is Matt Hardy he's probably still making videos. You know, like, even okay, Phil, like, even if you are intent about that, you proved your point already, I think. You know what I mean? Like, there isn't somebody like, I need one more Matt Hardy video to really say fuck Fightful. Like, you proved it, dog. Like, you showed us all what it's about and what it means, and you're chill. What's going on?
Know, and I'm online enough that I know how this goes. I know there are enough people online that hate Fightful, that hate Sean, and are looking for another reason to be like, look, see, Matt, they're disrespecting Matt Hardy. Let's now dunk on Joel and let's dump on Fightful, because people are just looking for a reason to do that and say it's not a credible outlet. Joel's not credible. All these other things. And it's just like, yeah, you're just continuing to drag it out, man. It's like, I just think it's all very pointless, man. I think it's very pointless. And if we can just learn to laugh at these things and not take each other so seriously, I think the world would be a better place. But unfortunately, that's not where we're at in the world. And to your point with the fake news thing, we have a person in the fucking White House that can't even take a fucking joke or laugh at these things because it's like, how dare you? And of course, I don't want this to be misread. I'm not comparing Matt to Trump, but I just think, again, it's just so many things where it's like, you got to put these things in perspective, man. Like, this is not that serious, man. Yep. It's not that serious.
Yep. That's it. That's just how it came across to me. I wasn't trying to compare Matt to Trump either, but like coming with the Fightful spreading false information, shut it all down. That's not the way that.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you look at it in this way, and this is somebody that just reviews pro wrestling, and he's just like, I didn't like this match. That's one person's opinion on a review. That's what he does. That's what a review is for, to share your opinion.
And like, what do you want? They don't want anybody to be subjective or objective in these moments. Like he's like, since we're legends, you should have said it was great. And it's like, that's not a way that you want your people reviewing and journalists to attack your show or look at your show, do they? Of like just saying it's all great because of status. Like, I don't want to be a part of this if I have to That's always what it is. We never signed a contract when we came here saying we're going to review anything a certain way, said we're going to act a certain way, said we're going to represent for anybody. Like, we're all here being ourselves. We're all here doing our own thing. I'm not going to change and take anything or be different because of who the wrestler is or what that is. Like, that's just not fair to doing this stuff if like we can't do it unbiasedly. You know what I mean? Or biasedly. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. This is a good point. You never know what's going on in someone's life. Maybe some people don't like jokes. You're absolutely right. And maybe some people are like, that's not funny to me in this moment based on what I'm going on. But as somebody that took something the wrong way more than once in my life because I had something going on, you got to understand then to take a step back and go, hey, am I projecting onto this situation because I'm upset about something else? And that's not on the person making a joke. And that's why I'm like, you got to take a step back and go, hey, maybe I'm taking this too far. Maybe I'm overreacting. And maybe in Matt's mind, he don't think he's overreacting. But I do think there is quite a bit about this that is very funny. And I think if you take a step back and look at how funny and silly this is, I think he might see it the same way. Maybe
and it's
not.
a fucking wrestling match, you guys. Like, at the end of the day, nobody died. Nobody's dead relatives were disrespected. Bro said a bad match was stupid. What are we doing here? What is going on here? They can't take jokes. I'm tired of jokes because every time I say like I don't like this bit, people are like, you don't like jokes? I guess I don't fucking like jokes then because all these jokes fucking suck. How about that? Maybe I don't like jokes. You don't like fun? No, I don't. When fun is not fun. How about that? God damn it.
I can't breathe.
I'm tired of this. Oh, hey, you guys don't like jokes. You guys don't like fun. I love jokes. I love fun. Let them actually be jokes. Let them actually be fun.
You know what I immediately thought about? I swear we got to get out of here. We got to move on so we can get out of here. I want to wrap this podcast up. I want to get off of here. I can't. You know what I thought about immediately? I immediately thought about Meet the Parents when I saw this stupid, because it's like, stupid cat. What do you mean, stupid cat? That cat's like a brother to you. What do you mean match was stupid? Stupid match.
This match is like a brother to you.
Oh man. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, guys, but then
podcast.
I do think, like I said, people do have things going on in their lives, and maybe they're not in the mood to joke with you. But I'm also a person that my immediate reaction to things when I'm uncomfortable is to joke my way out of it or to laugh at it, because it's like, what else am I gonna do? Like,
And
oh shit.
Half of the stuff that Matt Hardy was doing, if he wasn't joking, if he was being serious, he's great. Because, like, his facials in it, the way that he was, like, he knows that part of this is fucking funny, too. And if he doesn't, he's way too serious in his life.
No, man. There's no way. That's why.
There's no way.
There's no way, man. And that's why I'm like, there is a way this could have been played in the jokes. And I don't know. Maybe it's me. I don't know.
Adrian Carpenter says AEW posted a retrospect of a Mercedes Moné TBS run on YouTube today. First Mercedes content in a while.
They posted that. She posted the thing on IG. I think the timing is what it is.
It's happening. It's going. It's coming. Appreciate that, Adrian. Oh man. Oddball Podcast says Matt Hardy looking at Joel like a hungry Looney Tunes character staring at a pie on the windowsill.
That picture of him looking at the camera before the video started was really funny to me. And there's so much about this that is very funny. And I don't know. People aren't in the mood to have fun.
It's just readily available for me every time. I want to make it my wallpaper.
We're so cooked. We're so cooked.
I want that to be my
Somebody gonna see
wallpaper
this.
so bad.
We're so cooked. Somebody's gonna see this. It's just gonna be like, these guys over here, though. See these guys disrespecting you, man.
Oh, Ben says Matt's podcast host has a relationship with Fightful. This is brand new.
Matt's podcast host. Oh, Alba. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh,
Oh, that's right, because Alba was just announced as the permanent co-host of The Hump.
hilarious timing.
I wonder what does Alba think of all of this. I'm sure he has an opinion. But again, this is why a lot of this is very funny. And there are certain things I just thought about that I'm like, oh, not the time, not the place. Sometimes you got to understand, what is the time and what is the place. You got to pick your battles. And because again, I be thinking things are funny and other people might not think it's that funny. And I just immediately thought of something that I think is really funny. And I was like, oh no, they might not understand that I'm joking. And yeah, that's all of our super chats, I believe.
Listen, shout out to the Hardy Boys, man. No matter what, goats. I don't care what kind of false information is being spread out. It's fucking Hardys, man. Come on.
One of the greatest tag teams of all time. And the funny thing is, I'm one of those guys that feels like Matt got a bad rep because Jeff was the cool one, and Jeff was the one that everybody liked. He was the popular one, and Matt reinvented himself and made himself a viable asset to TNA. He completely reinvented himself with the broken Matt stuff. He's done so many cool things as a singles wrestler. He's got his MVP feud that is underrated. He's done so many great things in his career outside of just being a Hardy Boy. And man, I have a massive level of respect for Matt. I think like he is just like he's a legend, man. Like you can't take that away from him. He's a fucking legend. But like
like I probably watched his match the TLC matches more than any other wrestling match. I've seen this guy on my screen a fucking lot.
Yeah.
You got that. You don't need to be yelling at Joel, dog. You're already a legend. It doesn't matter what this guy thinks.
No, not at all. And I mean, look, I've felt disrespected by things where, things happen. But I just also think, like, you got to look at the moment. Sometimes you got to step away and be like, damn, this is kind of wild. Like, maybe I need to chill out. I've definitely had that moment with myself. Like, man, I'm chilling. I maybe chill. That's all of our super chats. I believe that's all of our 100 chats. Leave us alone.
Leave us alone.
Leave us alone.
I swear before the show started, I was like,
come bringing up this map.
Talk about like what happened. How are we gonna get to 4 hours again? Here we are.
You come bring this Matt Hardy thing up in the final hour. Like, where you guys think you're going? Look at this. Like, where do you think we are? Just a couple of cats. Look at this laser pointer on the wall. Leave me alone.
We're like, oh wait, there's a laser on the ceiling now. Let me get that.
I've seen like somebody came in late to the takeover thing, and they're putting in all their thoughts about what I said about takeover and Ether, and I'm just like, you're not about to drag me back into a takeover Ether tangent. Let me get out of here. Leave me alone.
We're done. Oh man.
Appreciate you guys as always. This has been Grapsody. There will be a stream for Clash in Italy, or on our YouTube channel this Monday. But until then, we'll see you when we see you. We're out.
Peace.